Supervisors, would the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Bumke,
Here.
Mr. Cavalier,
Here.
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Dudenheffer,
Here.
Mrs. Mauer, Ms. Shelton, Mr. Snellings.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. First of all, this afternoon, I have the honor of presenting an award, and I'm not a good numbers guy. Anybody up here will tell you that. That's why we have people that are good numbers people that handle this for us. And one of the best groups in the world is our Treasurer's Office. And the Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada recently awarded our Stafford County Treasurer's Office with the APT USNC Investment Policy Certificate of Excellence. In order to accomplish this achievement, an investment policy must address 18 different criteria. This undertaking was initiated by Treasurer Laura Rudy and Deputy Treasurer Accounting Manager Katie Bailey. Mrs. Bailey identified areas of improvement, researched best practices, and articulately drafted and updated the County Treasurer's investment policy. Mrs. Rudy provided professional guidance and excellent leadership throughout the process. Their partnership in this attainment requires knowledge and understanding of the Investment of Public Funds Act. Because of their outstanding contribution, dedication, and hard work, Stafford County can be assured that their funds are abiding by professional standards established to ensure prudent management of public funds. So, Ms. Rudy, if you and your staff would come up. And this is Katie Bailey. This is a really nice plaque. I think you've received this award before, and you really do deserve it. And I want everybody to join me in congratulating Laura and her entire team.
I'll let you hold it. Katie told me that she didn't prepare a speech, but I did a little bit, and I just want to say that, of course, you all know that the Treasurer's Office has a lot of dedicated, great employees, but I just want to give a special thanks for Katie Bailey and her concerted effort in making sure that the qualifying criteria was submitted for this achievement. And I did write some things so I'd keep on point, but by receiving this recognition from a National Association of Public Treasurers, it further complements our organizational excellence efforts, which is one of the components of the county strategic plan. The Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada, it's pretty much a mouthful, provides quality treasury management education, training, and professional certification. I'd also like to mention that Katie and I were also congratulated and awarded with the Advanced Certified Public Funds Investment Manager certification as well. And with that, I would also like to thank the Board of Supervisors and County Administration as you continually support the Treasurer's Office and all of our efforts, and that we were able to share this accomplishment with the citizens today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rudy. Thank you, Katie. At this time, we will have a presentation by Martha Hutzel. Martha is Executive Director of the Rappahannock Regional Library System, and she's here to give us our annual update. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff. I am Martha Hutzel, the Director of the Regional Library System, and this is Rebecca Purdy, our Deputy Director. This afternoon is an opportunity for us to show you the latest news from the library and to thank you for your continued support and for taking time for us in today's agenda. And may we have the floor computer, please? That wasn't over there on this. Thank you very much. Literacy and education are two areas that we focus on very heavily. As you can see from the statistics, we have early literacy classes. We participate in Read Across America. This photo is our cafe book program at a local middle school. It's a lunchtime book discussion program teaching teens critical evaluation skills. We had 566 middle schoolers participate in that program at 8 different Stafford County middle schools, so thank you for allowing us to do that. Again, continuing literacy and education, we have a program called Pause for Reading. It involves reading to specially trained therapy dogs. It's an optimal reading experience because children can practice reading in a non-judgmental environment. The dogs never do ask the children how to properly pronounce the words, and children love it. New last year in 2018 is a special program for children on the autism spectrum, and we have received lots of positive comments from parents who have attended with their child. Summer reading isn't just for fun. Studies have shown that students who join their library summer reading programs return to school better prepared to learn than those who don't participate. And if you notice bullet points number 3 and 4, 8,200 children, well, people of all ages really signed up for the summer reading program. We have it for kids, teens, and adults system-wide. Excuse me. In Stafford County alone, we have loaned almost 1.8 million items, over 4 million system-wide, and we have added over 14,000 new library card borrowers, library card holders. So those are very impressive statistics. Digital access is extremely important. We have a lot of computer users, website visitors, and e-material users as well. 110,000 ebooks checked out. That will be last year. 81,000 e-audiobooks checked out, and over 29,000 e-magazines. Those are electronic resources that we purchase in that format rather than in print, or in addition to print if they're available in both formats. And we count that in our circulation statistics. We are heavily involved in workforce development and have been for many years. We offer free test proctoring. Over 1,000 tests have been proctored. We assist with resume writing, online job applications, and computer training classes. I think I mentioned earlier about lynda.com videos, or it was on one of the earlier slides. 40,000 residents have watched video training classes. This is a database we subscribe to, and anyone who has a library card can access lynda.com from any computer anywhere that they are located, and get certified in Excel or coding or guitar playing or whatever it is that they wish to learn, how to better read a book, how to do a PowerPoint presentation. They're video training classes. Our main mission is lifelong learning for everyone in the community. We have a local author conference that has become so popular that we've had to move it out of our buildings. This year it will be at the UMW Stafford campus. We generally partner with them, and they let us use that space free of charge. There are over 140 local authors who participate, so it's a very popular program. Continuing lifelong learning, 6,682 people participated or visited 410 different Maker Lab sessions. We have a mobile Maker Lab that is set up at various locations. We want to expand that. They can be badged. If you look at the little blue and yellow objects in the right-hand corner of the slide, we allow people to be badged on 3 different pieces of equipment, and that means that they can reserve. We created these badges, we designed these badges, we print them on the 3D printer, and then they can reserve that equipment to use on their own, and we ask them to train other people in the community on how to use that equipment. We really, really do want every kindergartner in the community to have a library card. In that endeavor, we have a kindergarten library card campaign, which we do in January and February. So we've issued 892 new library cards through that program. We no longer have the Big Bookmobile. I think I've probably mentioned that at this body before. We have a Library on the Go vehicle. We will be expanding that service because we received a grant from the Community Foundation, and the larger vehicle should be here shortly. And we'll continue to go out to communities with that. We offer groceries, food, and other objects similar to that, other needs similar to that, excuse me, at several of our branches, including Porter and Howell. We have vegetable gardens at Howell and Porter, which started as Eagle Scout projects, and Master Gardeners assisted us, and the Friends of the Library contribute to funding annually, so those in need could come to the library and get groceries or meals, or they could go to the food pantry where we donate those items. We partner with AARP and United Way to offer free tax preparation and filing clinics, and we have helped 219 Stafford County residents last year file their taxes for free. These are offered at our branches in Stafford County. We also offer financial literacy classes, and we work with DMV to bring their portable office to the library and provide basic services and save residents time. So we just have a wide variety of community engagement services that we offer, including our new Civic Lab, and you can see the description of that there on the slide. I don't want to insult you by reading every slide. We focus very heavily on community engagement, as I said earlier, is a very large part of what we do to serve local residents. We visit dozens of assisted living and senior citizen care centers and bring books, laptops, and movies to local residents. The picture on the right is our young librarian, Jenny, working with a senior citizen to get the book that she wants. We also continue partnering with the Library of Congress. It's a books by mail program, talking books for people who are visually impaired or completely blind. Those books are mailed to them. We try to get every grant that we can possibly qualify for. We received an $18,000 National Endowment for the Arts grant. It's a program called Big Read. There are 79 grants given throughout the country, and hundreds of libraries apply. Last year was the first year we've ever received it, and it will allow us to bring Tim O'Brien, who wrote the Vietnam War novel, The Things They Carried. Just highlighting a few recent initiatives in Stafford County. We recently opened the Joint Use Branch at the Freed Center in partnership with Germanna Community College through the support that you gave us. Thank you very much for that opportunity. We have new Maker Lab equipment and the badging classes that I mentioned earlier. We love partnering with the schools. Middle school seems to be a very popular age for us to work with. And as part of Black History Month, we work with the Invention Lab at Gale Middle School to create a working model of a traffic light, which was invented by an African American. That traffic light will travel around the branches. Our customers depend on us for a wide variety of things, and one of those is just simply visiting the library. They see it as a haven, a place to get assistance, a place to help with applying for a better job. This photo is at our beautiful Howell branch, and it just shows people enjoying that gorgeous fireplace that you all put in there. These are two of my absolutely favorite pictures. We made that finger and that thumb, I should say, in hand, in one of our Maker Labs at the Howell branch. We can assist people with these needs. We can assist them with how to learn. We can assist them with their computer needs. And we do some of that through our mobile Maker Labs. And just a final thank you to say, you have helped us reupholster some very well-loved existing furniture at our Howell branch and to replace some of it as well. We continue to working with county staff to finalize the RFP for the replacement of the remaining old metal shelving at the Porter branch. Not to mention the water fountains, which have actually saved us a great deal of money in bottled water, and installing LED lighting and a Maker Lab door at the Porter branch. And I just want to say as a final comment, John Kindred has been a godsend to us. He is absolutely fabulous in helping us keep the buildings in great working order, both Howell and Porter, so thank you for him. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions from Ms. Hutzel? Mr. Dudenhofer?
You guys do a great job.
Thank you, Mark.
You said something about Eagle projects. You had some help. Do you maintain a list? Like if I knew an Eagle guy applying for an Eagle for a project and stuff? Have you guys developed?
Oh, we could come up with a list with no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had an Eagle Scout in need, we could definitely come up with a list. They have done everything from build picnic tables to benches to gardens to garden fences to redoing wooden fencing around outside structures. I can't think of anything else we've had them do, but we love to partner with the Eagle Scouts.
Well, I have a grandson who will be looking for a project this year. I'll call
We'd be
him.
happy. We'd be happy to help him.
Thank you.
You're
again.
welcome.
Any other questions? Ms. Bumpy?
So thank you for your presentation. As everybody on the board knows, I am the library designee, and I would just like to bring it to the board's attention, and they know that I've asked a few questions about our agreement that we have with the library. The last time that was updated was in 1993, and as you know, we have an agreement with Westmoreland, the city of Fredericksburg, and Spotsylvania, and who am I missing?
Stafford County.
Yeah, and then Stafford. Right, so, yeah, this was before the internet, exactly. So I feel if it's the will of the board, I would like to initiate conversation at the library board with the colleagues from the region to perhaps look at how should this agreement be updated, where does it need to be updated, if it needs to be updated at all. I mean, in fact, C.M. Williams signed this contract, that's how long ago it was. And then the other item I'd like to bring up is, I think for the benefit of our entire community, for Stafford, and when we look at the budget increase for this year that they've projected is $361,000, which is a 6.81% increase. But I'd actually like to look at like some historicals, if you wouldn't mind, on revenues and expenses over the last 5 years. Because on this particular report, it just shows approved revenue and your proposed revenue, not what our actuals were for this year.
Do you mean look at them in this board or look at them at the library board meetings?
Well, I'd like to have it at the library board meetings, but I would like my entire board to
Sure.
have that information, because I feel like I'm there representing the entire board, but yet I'm really the only one making the decision on their behalf on information that they've
sure.
really never seen.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. We can bring that information at the next board meeting, which is next week.
Okay,
As you know.
all right, that would be great.
If we can get it
Board
together. I hope we can get
members-
it together in time, but
Yeah.
we should be okay.
Ms. Maurer?
And just to follow up with that, if you can send over to Mr. Foley the latest audit report. I'd like to see the last.
No, that automatically comes to him.
Okay.
He has last year's, he has all the previous years. It isn't ready yet for this year, but we expect it any day.
Okay.
Our auditor works on it as fast and hard as she can, and she did say that it should be ready this week.
Okay.
Yeah, it's automatic, comes
Mr.
to him
Foley,
automatically.
Can you send that out to the board
Yeah.
for the last 2 years? Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
If I could just say very quickly, oh, I'm sorry, Meg, did you?
No, I didn't know anything.
In mentioning the agreement, while it was written last in 1993, the regional library system is 50 years old, and that agreement, we did get the internet about a year or two after that agreement was written. In terms of how items are counted, circulation is what's counted, and we count e-book checkout, e-magazines checkout, and e-audiobooks checkout, any video. We count internet use, of course, and Wi-Fi use, but those are not circulation. It wouldn't be accurate if we said those are circulation. We are required to turn those statistics into the state. But since the agreement is based on circulation, that's, we count an item that's gone out and come back in, whether it's electronic or paper.
Okay, all right, so what I've been understanding, I'd like to look at what some of our peer localities do. I understand that Prince William has like a different formula for the e-books and that kind of thing. And maybe I just know enough to be dangerous, but I think it would be good for our board to look at what some of our comparative localities do and how their funding is structured.
Sure. I think the locality that compares to us the most closely would be Jefferson-Madison Regional Library System, as they have 4 counties in the city of Charlottesville. Prince William has Prince William County and just the city of Manassas. So it's not quite the same as what we have. We have 903 square miles. Prince William County does have a different sort of agreement. It's based on per capita. I think the way that this county and Spotsylvania have grown, if you base that on per capita, it could be a lot more costly. Prince William's budget is 17.5 million. But we circulate almost 800,000 items a year more than they do.
Okay,
So
so that would be interesting information to have for the board to review. Yeah,
we will get that to you for you to get to the board.
okay.
Does that
great.
work?
Any other comments or questions? Thank you so much, Martha.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
all
tell
very
folks,
much.
If you have
I
not been
appreciate
to
it.
one of our libraries, you need to go. It really is a jewel in our crown, and you do a fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any additions or deletions. Do I have a motion to approve the regular agenda? So moved by Ms. Mauer. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Cohen. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we're going to have presentations by the public. I do have several speaker card requests. As I call your name, if you will come forward to the microphone. When you state your name and address, you will have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please hold your comment. Do not comment on anything that's on public hearing this evening. Once you come up, the green light will come on. When you've got about a minute left, the yellow light will come on. When the red light comes on, you need to wrap up your comments. With that said, I'll go through the speaker cards. Mr. Gavin, you're first on the list.
My name is Gregory Gavin. It's 242 Stony Hill Road out in Hartwood. Dear members, I present my vision to improve access to the Rappahannock River at Lake Mooney Park, as well as the intake site for the Lake Mooney Dam on 25 Old Banks Road. Next slide, please. After breaching past the Stafford Public Utility Site at 500 Green Bank Road, improved access would focus on the trail system that fits in with the moderately difficult and at times challenging topography of the Lake Mooney Rappahannock Riverfront Park. The trails would provide a riverfront loop to the east adjoining Cannon Ridge, connect west over Rocky Pen Creek to the Old Ballard Dam and historical canal ruins. Going even further, the historical trails would expand past the Lake Mooney water intake site at 25 Old Banks Road to the Fauquier-Stafford County line at Deep Run Creek, providing over 10 miles of spectacular riverfront hiking. Next slide, please. To begin with, we must address one of the most challenging obstacles, Rocky Pen Creek. As one could see in the picture, we really need a pedestrian bridge. Could someone please look into how they are built, how much they cost, and if we need any special permits? Can they be built within 100 feet of the Rappahannock River? Next slide, please. Moving on by foot, one reaches the bulk of Stafford County Rappahannock Riverfront land. Again, as one can see, the land extends and makes a great spot for picnicking, camping, canoeing, fishing, running, walking, or learning about local river history and nature. Next slide, please. One piece of local history, river history that I would like to expose and express is that of the old Ballard Canal ruins. Canal-related activity began in Fredericksburg area in 1811 when the Virginia State Assembly responded to a local petition and authorized a stock subscription to capitalize the Rappahannock Navigation Company. Next slide, please. The river became the focus of a regional trade network. A canal would provide the means to bring timber and bulk farm goods from the upper reaches of the watershed to the Fredericksburg wharves. It is now a destination point on our riverfront trail. Next slide, please. Next is the river view just below Ballard Dam. Please behold the winter beauty of the Rappahannock River. It is a $1 billion asset with a highly desirable public entry point controlled by the Stafford County Park Service and ultimately by this board. Next slide, please. Moving forward, after proceeding approximately 3 miles on the Rappahannock River Trail, one arrives at the Lake Mooney intake site at 25 Old Banks Road. Next slide, please. The site possesses an unrealized potential as an excellent access point to the Rappahannock River that the state values at $400,000. Mr. Brian Hoffman of the Friends of the Rappahannocks expressed some ideas on how to use the site to improve access to the river while maintaining safety and security for our public utilities. Please embrace his ideas and my own. Please feel free to assist, object, or add your own. All comments are welcome. Improving access to our public waterways improves the lives of all. I speak today to improve the lives of all.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Our next speaker, former board member Paul Mildy. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Chairman. I have not been on this side of the podium for about 14 or 15 years. And I think the only two that were here then are Jack Cavalier and Gary Snellings. I'm here to talk about the Aquia Town Center. And for some of you, you've heard me talk about this a lot. It's probably what I talked about more than any other subject. My understanding is you're going to consider revoking what we are calling a TIF, a tax plan, tax incremental financing plan that will return part of the investment or the tax generated from an investment that might be made by the owners of Aquia Town Center back to them in the form of a rebate, which they can use to borrow against that project. And if I recall, it was $9 million at the time we last worked on that. You know, there's a lot of things you guys do that are hard decisions. This is a thankless job very often. I just don't see this as being a tough decision. I don't see this as you giving up anything at all for the county. It's not. I don't see it as a competition between districts. There are other places in Stafford that could also use a tax incremental financing or something like that to try to encourage redevelopment. There's certainly one is at Ferry Farm, the mall there that's basically empty. So there are about 9,000 people inside of Aquia Harbor, and they're starting to figure out what's going on. I've been in there knocking on doors, and they are going to be very disappointed is an understatement. If they find out this board has taken away one of the few things you can do to help redevelop that mall, they're going to be upset about it, and they're going to probably blame it on their two supervisors, but I think that hopefully you two are on the right, will be on the side of this that I agree with, which is allowing a incremental tax financing plan. You know, we did a lot of things to try to make that mall work. We changed the zoning, we created a zoning category that did not exist. That was the first, this is the first development that got that zoning category. And then we rezoned it to a zoning category that category that would encourage a mixed-use development, which we have not seen. And one of the few things left we could do was to give a tax incentive to help them develop this project and helping staff. Getting staff's help to work on redeveloping this. And when I left this board, or right before I left, a year before I left the board seemed to be in agreement that this was a Stafford problem, not just a Aquia Harbor problem. And it is a Stafford problem. And when someone looks you in the eye, and they're going to, because I get it every day, and say, what are you doing with that mess at Aquia Town Center? I would like for you to be able to say, we're doing everything we can. And if you take this tax incremental financing plan away from Aquia Town Center, you cannot say that honestly to them. So please don't pull the rug out from underneath of Mosaic and keep what tools you can available to the owners and developers. Thanks, and good luck.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker card is Aaron Sodi. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
So, I'm Aaron Sodi, and I'm from Mosaic. We're the owners and developers of Aquia Town Center. And the people of Stafford County are nice people. We've enjoyed getting to know everybody, and we want to deliver for them. We're sorry that we're at this point 3 years later. And we're sorry that we haven't been able to deliver the plan that we envisioned. It's been a tough retail environment. We've had major setbacks with two major anchor tenants that have pulled out. One is well-known in Harris Teeter. Another is confidential that happened afterwards, but it's a tenant that we all would have been happy with. We're dependent on the anchor to start the development. We can't deliver what we envisioned without the anchor. It's not financeable or viable without it, and that element is outside of our control, although we're trying. The current agreement is, it was well-intentioned. We went in together with our eyes wide open. Harris Teeter was not signed yet, but the structure of the agreement in and of itself protected the county. Nothing was created. If nothing was created, nothing was paid. And eventually it would terminate. So to date, not a penny on this agreement has been paid, nor would it ever unless it's there. It's not an obligation of the county. It takes away nothing from other services. You know, there's talk that there's a 5% escalator on the agreement that costs $300,000 per year. And that with this, it creates a perverse incentive for us as the owners not to develop Aquia. This couldn't be more wrong. We have absolutely no incentive not to develop Aquia. We lose every year $800,000 that this is not developed. And that's net of a hypothetical payment that's never been received. It's a financial hardship. I speak for myself and for my partner. You know, it's hurt both of our families. We care 100 times more than anyone about this. We have skin in the game. We're aligned. This is real for us. It's not just a view going down Washington Drive, as regrettable as it is, in terms of not liking what someone sees. Just so there's no confusion and no risk to the county of this, the thought of this ticking meter on the 5% ever adversely affecting the county.
Mr. Sodi, I'll have to ask you to wrap up your remarks.
Okay. We offered the county to wipe out the escalator at 0%, everything in the past and everything going forward. When we entered into this, reliances were made, and we took actions as a result of those reliances. And it's a tough precedent
Thank you, Mr. Sodi. I'll have to ask you
to set. So I
Thank you
just
very much.
ask that the county work with us
Thank you, Mr.
to get it
Sodi.
right and
you.
negotiate with us.
Next speaker card, Barry Hill. Mr. Hill?
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Barry Hill. I'm the general manager of Stafford Soccer. I'm also a Falmouth district resident. I'm here today, this afternoon, to talk about the impact that an indoor soccer complex would have on our membership. So let me first tell you about our membership. We serve around just over 4,000 children, 500 adults, all in Stafford County, every single seasonal year. Although we serve the entire county, the concentration of our membership is what we call the northeast quadrant of the county. With the assistance of the county's GIS department and using our registration demographics information, we determined this information in 2015 to get the northeast quadrant. This quadrant of the county encompasses from the north of the Quantico line, north to Quantico line, south to Courthouse Road, and west to Eustis Road. This demographic may have changed slightly since the time, but we still believe at least 80% of our membership is concentrated in the northeast quadrant. I bring this up because putting an indoor sports complex in the Aquia Town Center will serve the majority of our membership. These families are ones that would bring kids to play indoor soccer, to play or to have training indoors. These families would also bring little ones to mom and pop skill sessions and people to play indoor soccer, adult soccer, and will also be the same people to stop and have lunch, dinner, or drink at existing restaurants in Aquia Town Center, bringing revenue to the county and revitalizing Aquia Town Center. The demand for indoor soccer programs has increased every single season. Unfortunately, we cannot accommodate this demand in the very little opportunities or venues we have available to us. Currently, people who want these programs go north, south, or anywhere there's an available indoor space. Why Aquia Town Center? Why not somewhere else? For Stafford Soccer, it's the proximity of both the majority of our members and Interstate 95 with its existing infrastructure in place. Parking, restaurants, shopping, and whatever else the developer can put there with an anchor like an indoor sports complex. Based on the recent economic impact study of our own tournament at St. Patrick's Day and an impact study that was done on a swim meet, these two events had a combined impact for the county of at least $1 million. Both of these events were two-day events. The fields at Embry Mill and the pool at the Rouse Center is showing that sports tourism is having a positive effect on the county. Imagine the possibilities with a competition-ready gymnastics facility and an indoor sports complex will have. Although your vote today is not specifically for an indoor facility, I encourage you to uphold the tax incentive agreement with Mosaic and work towards making changes to the agreement that will allow synergy between the developer and Stafford County's economic development team.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you for the
Field.
time.
Next speaker is Mr. Mark O'Quinn.
Hi, my name's Mark O'Quinn. I live at 806 Scott Drive.
You could pull your microphone up, Mr. O'Quinn.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I said, my name's Mark O'Quinn. I live at 806 Scott Drive. I'm here to speak to you today about the tax that y'all have on RVs in this county. Airplanes don't have a tax, nor does boats have a tax, but RVs do. This recently, one of the reasons I'm here is because I got assessed a tax on an RV that did not ever reside in this county. There was an error made in the system that was corrected by DMV, and still, we were still forced to pay a tax on something that was never here ever in this county. And I was told that y'all set the rules and regs, and I needed to bring this to your attention that it's the money, but it's not the money, but it's the principle that being charged for something that was never here in this county, it was set to be stored in Prince William County, but due to circumstances beyond our control, the RV got damaged by the dealer in early July. This is February, guys, and it's still at the dealer waiting to be finished repaired. And we've been making payments on it every month. We got to use it one time. And now being charged a tax for something that was never here, nor was ever going to be stored here, I think is just totally unfair to us for this type of problem. And as well as, to go on, for some reason, planes never has had a tax, and y'all have done away with the boat tax. And a lot of counties around us don't have no tax on luxury things like that. I think it is it hurts the people that do repair work and have storage slots and so forth in the county, that where you can go someplace else for less money. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'd ask the county administrator if we could get someone to get with Mr. O'Quinn to discuss that situation that you've got, see if we can help you. Next speaker card is Patricia Harmon.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Harmon. I'm the General Manager for Aquia Harbor in the Aquia District. I'm here today on behalf of the President of our HOA Board of Directors to respectfully request two things. One, that you please honor the MOU with Mosaic in the hope that it will lead to the development of the town center. And two, that you take the time to fully vet any and every idea that could facilitate development. You might have noticed that some of our Aquia Harbor folks get pretty worked up when it comes to the town center. They remember a time when it was a vibrant, busy, and convenient place of commerce. And because for the last 13 years, they have to look at it every single day, usually twice a day. The town center is private property, and it's understood that this honorable board is limited in the impact that it can have. But there are two things you can absolutely do. You can honor the well-crafted and well-intentioned incentive that was signed in 2015 and designed to give this deserted lot a fighting chance. And you can choose to allow any idea that could lead to development to see the light of day and be fully vetted. Because this isn't just about Aquia Harbor, and it's not about the Aquia District. This lot is a blight on Stafford County, and it's going to take all 7 of you to support this effort to a successful conclusion. I know that 3 years seems like a long time for results, and you're as disappointed as we are. But in the development world, I have a feeling that 3 years really isn't that much time at all. And as evidence of their effort, I've given several tours of Aquia Harbor to prospective anchors at the request of Mosaic. They're trying. It just hasn't happened yet. So maybe you could work with the developer to improve the MOU, but please don't vote it away. The idea needed to solve this problem could be just around the corner. It will have to be an extraordinary idea because the regular stuff has not worked. But that's yet another good reason to think outside the box and offer some extra help, which is exactly what the MOU does. Your consideration is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. My next speaker card, and I am having a very difficult time making out the last name, and I checked with Mr. Dudenheffer to make sure it wasn't me, and he said he can't make it out either. So, first name is Linda or Lydia? Lydia. Lydia Leap, okay.
Sorry.
I apologize for
That's
that.
okay. I don't think my pen was working correctly. I'm sorry.
That may have been the problem. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Lydia Leap, and I live in the Aquia District. Thank you guys for your service to our county and all our residents. I'm here to ask the board to keep the tax incentive for the Aquia Town Center. We definitely need it. Every day, I drive past the wasteland while on my way home from spending money on food, clothing, groceries, dinner in Fredericksburg or Woodbridge. That's tax dollars going to other neighborhood counties, not Stafford County. I'm super happy that 610, the western end of 610, is getting a new movie theater, new shops, restaurants, and I will definitely shop there. But what does the east side of the county have to show for it? On Route 1, a brand new general dollar store. I mean, nothing against dollar store. They're lovely, but I think we can do a little bit better, a little bit. The bar should be up here, not down here. It's just sat empty for too many years. We've lost so much tax revenue for Stafford County schools. I don't know what the reasons are that businesses don't want to invest in the Aquia Town Center. So we need to definitely entice these businesses to the Aquia Town Center with a tax incentive. A tax incentive is a very helpful tool, and I'm asking you to keep it. If you rescind the tax incentive, I'm worried that the Aquia Town Center is completely lost forever. Residents of Stafford County deserve better than a pile of rocks. I really don't like public speaking. I'm sure many people don't. I'm actually missing my middle schooler son's basketball game to be here today, and I feel really badly about that. And when I had to tell him why I wasn't coming to his game, they only have 7, he was a little bit upset. And he's like, but Mom, that's not your job. You're not an elected official or anything. And I said, I know, but I feel like we just have to fight for everything in Stafford County. We have to fight for better teacher pay, new schools, traffic lights, and new businesses, things that our neighboring counties have, and it's not an uphill battle for them. But I'm ever an optimist, and I believe in you guys, and I think you could work together as a cohesive group and make the correct choice for the county, keep the incentive, and dangle that carrot or whatever out there for the people or for the businesses and make something good actually happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leap. The last speaker card I have is Jennifer Nee. Hi.
Hi, how are you? My name is Jennifer Nee, and I live at 3021 Mediterranean Drive. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I've lived in the Aquia Harbor for 15 years. For the last 13 of those years, I've had to drive by the undeveloped Aquia Town Center. The rubble is a blight on our neighborhood and our county. As a Stafford County resident, we should be embarrassed. I am in favor of a tax incentive. This incentive will encourage development, which will increase our tax revenue and increase our property values. The current incentive has cost nothing to date, and the future tax revenue may be 20 times what we are now receiving from the commercial component of the Aquia Town Center. My mom said, your word means everything. Rescinding the incentive is going back on our word. It would impact future economic development deals and even impact our AAA bond rating. There seems to be a misconception by some. Make no mistake, the Aquia Harbor residents want development in the Aquia Town Center. Just to add something else, the people from 95, if I ever came off our exit and that's what I saw, I would probably get right back on 95. I mean, it looks disturbing. Not only that, I have family that comes to visit me about once a year, and probably for the last 13 years. And every time they come to visit, all they say is, "Are you kidding me? This still looks like this?" It's embarrassing. So I urge all of you to please, 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 please help Mosaic to make something out of the Aquia Town Center. We would really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's all the speaker cards I have, but if there's anyone else in the room on my right that would like to address, please come up. Now, you can speak on any subject you'd like. I will remind you that you have 3 minutes. When the green light, starting with the green light, when it goes yellow, you've got about a minute, and when it goes red, please wrap up your remarks. Anyone on my right that would like to address the board? Yes, sir, come up. State your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean Desmond, 1119 Potomac Drive. I'm Sean Desmond, a former board of director for the Aquia Harbor Board of Directors and former volunteer in the now defunct Tourism Advisory Board. I urge the Board of Supervisors to leave in place the TIF incentives they currently have. They have not cost the county any money to date. Developing the Aquia Town Center is not only for the sole benefit of Aquia Harbor residents, as I've heard, it is for the whole county. The location of this property is at the heart of the county and is the first thing that residents and potential commercial investors see. It is on a main artery. Having vacant lot filled with, as another speaker said, rubble, in what would to appear an excellent, viable, high-traffic location puts pause on investment, not only through the Aquia District and the Widewater District, but throughout the whole county. I thank you, and please do not rescind the incentives in keeping Stafford the flourishing business and family community this board and past have worked to nurture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my right? On my left, anyone on my left who cares to address the board on any issue?
I get 4 minutes like the other two. Paul Waldoni, 8 Pickett Lane in the gerrymandered Rock Hill District. Let me give you some history, Aquia District residents. I moved here in 1990, and buying property is about location, location, location. Everything on the east side of I-95, you run the numbers, you'll see people who have bought here have made money in real estate on the west side of I-95. That's the reality factor. Keeping tax incentives is favoritism. Let me remind you about Lady Justice. Some of you have never heard it from me, but she has a blindfold, she's transparent, and she's fair. If we put a pirate's patch on her, pick which eye. You want to put on the right eye, we'll favor the left for any of you Democrats in that area. Or we can put the pirate's patch on the left eye and we'll favor the right. AAA bond ratings are just, look them up on Google. That's why I'm a baby boomer. They'll explain them for you. I do like the idea of the indoor soccer concept. I used to be involved with the soccer program. As a matter of fact, I'm the inventor of the trifold when it was the Stafford Recreational League. And at that time, we used to bring in some of our Olympic coaches to certify our coaches, which I think is a really good deal. I used to harp to Mr. Gibbons, his pictures on the wall. I drove the van pool for him. And I used to tell him all the time, you know, we need street lights and sidewalks that are not sidewalks to nowhere. And I want to go off tangent for a minute. The RV tax is not fair, goes back to Lady Justice. I learned recently about Dillon's Law. I don't know what to tell you. Mr. Mildy, when you were on the board, people used to call Mildy's Mounds, M&Ms. I think there's competition between these districts. I seen that when the gerrymandering maps came out in 2011. And one final thought, Mountain View, the over 55 community, there was supposed to be a YMCA. There better not be no development coming there. We have a ton of stormwater. And if it comes on my property, trust me, even when I'm dead, my trust will get you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to address the board?
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Knight, and I do live in Aquia Harbor, but I work throughout the county and have forever. And I will tell you that it's not only in Aquia Harbor's best interest that this project go, and we support it. It's in the interest of the whole county. You cannot believe the people who've told me they would prefer to wait and not do business here now, set up a business here, because they did not feel it would be a good investment. If Aquia Town Center looked like a war zone and they felt was a prime location, they just couldn't see doing it. And I mean some very significant investors. I know that this started when the grocery stores all wanted to have a pharmacy inside, and the existing pharmacy there has an exclusive right to the pharmacy in that center. And retail today is just incredible to try to attract. So we need another anchor. Once it's established, I think we'll have a good deal of business, huge business, that'll bring economic development to the county with restaurants and perhaps other. But I believe this is a no-brainer. The county is not taking money from their pocket to support this tax benefit. They're not hurting in any way. Why on earth would you take away the incentive to make this happen sooner? And I personally think for our economic benefit, we should be giving it everything we possibly can, all the support we can to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Anyone else in the chamber like to address the board? With that, I'll bring it back to the board. It is now time for board member comments. I would remind all board members, if you have a consent item to pull, now is the time to do it. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Baumke.
Yes, thank you. At GWRC, the George Washington Regional Commission, we had a meeting last week, and Ivan Rucker from the Federal Highway Transportation Department came and basically shared information with us on what the 5-year annual review was going to look like. Also, we had an affordable housing discussion with our entire board. The Fredericksburg Area Association of Realtors did a comprehensive study on county income levels, housing prices, to illustrate how difficult it is for our teachers and our public safety people to live in our communities where they work. And I did ask, and you should have at your seat a copy of this report that was done, and it's very good. Dr. Millsaps, the executive director of GWRC, she referenced an affordable housing study that was done back in 2008 by the Affordable Housing Task Force. But our board ended up voting to defer any action on any monies being spent with the Go Virginia Fund until we all had an opportunity to review the 2008 Task Force affordability study. So that'll be coming back at the February meeting. I also attended the Chief Local Elected Officials meeting in Warsaw. That's the Bay Consortium Workforce Development Board. They have now completed their local plan for Area 8, which are 15 counties and the city of Fredericksburg. If you have any public comments, those should be made between February 6th and March 6th, and you can do that on the Bay Consortium website. Lastly, last Thursday during the VACO Day in Richmond, I was with 4 other women from this region. One of them was Barbara Williams, our former county administrator's wife, and we met with delegates down in Richmond regarding our issues of human trafficking in Stafford County, in this region, and throughout the Commonwealth. If you're not aware, we are the 6th most impacted state in the United States, behind California, Florida, Texas, and I don't know who are 4th and 5th, but it's not something that we want to be on that list. And we need to continue to educate our young people, especially our young teenagers, boys and girls, about human trafficking and how deceptive they are. And it is a growing problem. I know it's not something people want to talk about, but we have to talk about it if we want to protect our young people. And it's people in this audience. I've listened to survivors, and the survivors' parents and their survivors look like all of us. So you can't sit and say, oh, it won't happen to me, because it does. So anyway, we're trying to get some of the legislation in Richmond passed to do more protection for these young ladies and men, and to hand down much stronger sentences for those that are doing this heinous crime. So lastly, I just want to leave you on a positive note. My colleague here, Tom Cohen, was asked to sing the national anthem at the Chamber of Commerce Gala at the last minute, and he did it. And if you don't know this, he has an incredible voice. And so thank you, Tom, for doing that for the entire chamber, and he did an excellent job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cavalier?
Thank you, Cheryl. Firstly, I have a statement to read. This evening and in the future, I voluntarily abstain from any discussion or vote on agenda items number 13 and 14 pertaining to Hampton Run, because I have an affiliation with a business that may be associated with the property subject to the reclassification and conditional use permit. The clerk will please note my abstention and the reason in the record today and in the record at any future meeting where the board discusses or considers this matter. Some highlights that I've had the last couple of weeks, in particular, I was at Brook Point High School last weekend. I think it was Sunday morning, and they had a Special Olympics event there that basically showcased all the Special Olympians from the area on the basketball teams from Stafford, Spotsylvania, Prince William, and it was a very good event and very well attended. It's good to see people out there having a lot of fun and being happy all the time, and that's what they were. Attended the Chamber of Commerce Gala event in Fredericksburg, the Quiet Harbor Board of Directors meeting as usual, and also another charity event, the Lions Club, Quiet Harbor Lions Club reverse raffle. And then last but not least, I wanted to point out that during the federal furlough period that we all experienced here, was a lot of people firsthand, that the Quiet Harbor did step forward in that, and they set up a food pantry, had potluck dinners, and basically took care of anybody without question. You didn't have to show your furlough papers. You didn't have to be even furloughed by the government. If you were in need, you could come there and take items from the food pantry, no questions asked. They had gift cards that they were handing out to anybody who needed them. And a lot of people didn't have money to put gas in their cars at that time without the paychecks coming in. So that just goes to show you, what kind of people we have here in Stafford County, and taking care of our own is first and foremost, and should be for everyone. And think about that, all the time, because that's what's important here. These little petty things that we have don't mean a lot in this grand scheme of things. And I did want to point out in particular to thank Ms. Trish Harmon, the general manager of Quiet Harbor. all the members, both current and former, like Sean Desmond of the Quiet Harbor Board, and all the volunteers. There were many volunteers who showed up, stocked those pantries, worked the days, served the food. It was a true, the Lions clubs, both the men's and the women's in there came out. We had the Young Marines group. It just was a community effort, and it was very, gave yourself a warm feeling in the heart to see what was going on, and everyone appreciates it. I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. First, I attended, obviously, the Chamber Gala, which was my first, and I thank Chairman Snellings for volunteering me for that great honor. It was very much appreciated and very enjoyable. Ms. Bomke is a little modest, but she should be telling us about VACO. At the VACO annual conference in November, she was unanimously voted to be second vice president, which puts her in line to be chair of VACO in the future. So that's quite an accomplishment, and it's something that doesn't happen often for communities, so it's rather nice. I attended the GWRC that was my first meeting. The information on affordable housing was very telling, and the difference basically between the incomes for Stafford versus other communities. And it sort of dovetails in what I've heard from doing ride-alongs with our police and our fire and our rescue, and from knowing educators of having to live in other communities because it is so expensive to live in Stafford. I also attended the FAMPO meeting, which was very interesting, and it will be an experience. Attended the VDOT information about the new plans that they have for the 17 interchange, and you can either go on the VDOT website or you can go on my Facebook page and see the link for it. There's two different options that are being proposed, and it's sort of would be rather in many people's interest to sort of look and see what's being proposed down there as they continue to try to make that area better and have traffic to flow smoother that way. And lastly, we attended the annual planning session for the board. Some of the information was rather disconcerting about the way forward on some issues that others and I have really been wanting to work towards. The past decisions have made it financially challenging to do exactly what we would like to do. Our staff is phenomenal and terrific, and I look forward to seeing what they come up with as we move forward. But as we all know, Stafford faces numerous challenges, difficulties, problems, whichever words you like to use. But it is something that we as a community need to work together to address in a logical way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Dudenheffer.
As Ms. Pumpke talked about earlier, a review of the libraries MOU and the agreements between the counties, there are a number of organizations where we've noticed that a number of the agreements on how we work with our region and partners are outdated or certainly old and need to be reviewed. And that process is also going on between the George Washington Regional Commission and the Fredericksburg Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. So those two organizations are regional organizations that help us plan. FAMPO is responsible for regional transportation planning. GWRC has a multiple list of issues that they're under, but we have a close relationship between the two. And obviously we need to look at how the voting rights and how all the various municipalities work together. We had an infrastructure committee meeting just before this meeting, and we were briefed again, in my case, it was the third time, on the results of the SMART scale. SMART scale is the process the state uses to rate road projects throughout the state in an effort to try and take politics out of the selection process. In this case, Stafford did very, very, very poorly in the results this time. And the projects that they're rating or we're dealing with are not for funding until 25, 26, 27. So we're looking 8 years out, and we did very poorly. So the number of road projects short of the I-95 work that we're going to be seeing is, I wrote disappointing on my paper. That's a gross understatement of how I really feel we have. But because of some of the failures for some of the projects to be funded, we are having to relook at all of the funding or the limited funding that comes in for transportation. If any of you have not seen, you can go online and see an explanation of our transportation study, which we've been working on. But in that, there were 2 lists. One was a list of very expensive projects or major road construction projects like Butler Road, 610, Shelton Shop, a number of projects across the county. These are projects that cost $20 or $30 million. And at least under the present circumstances, those are probably out of our reach. We're looking at different ways to try and get to those. But we did come up with a list of 32 projects that were less expensive, that all were basically safety related, that the total cost came to about $6 million. And I think the board is committed to, we're going to try and get to as many of those 32 as we can over the next several years by being creative on the dollars that we have dedicated to transportation. As such, I just want to let the board members know that we have a late February date for some, how we spend our congestion money and it's called CMAQ and RSTP funding, which we get. It's not a lot of money, but it is some, and it'll make a dent in that 32 project list. But it will occur right before our next meeting, and we won't have an infrastructure committee meeting before that. So it'll come to the board as new business, and I apologize, that's not the way we normally do business. But in this case, the deadline kind of superseded what we could do. So bear with us here. We'll get the information out as best that we can. But we're going to try and, we really are going to work on the list of 32 safety projects, which I think will improve the safety for our kids driving to schools and for us that are riding, especially on the more rural country roads and stuff that are out there. So that's really all I have. I can't say enough about how disappointing it is at this point for all the work we're putting in to try and develop transportation fixes, and believe me, we recognize the congestion issues that we have. It's a topic of conversation that we talk about in public and behind the scenes all the time, and trying to come up with solutions. We're restricted in so many ways, but we're not giving up, and we're going to continue to push forward. So thank you.
Mrs. Mauer?
Thank you very much. Not certain I notified the board, but as a member of the VRE, Mr. Dudenheffer and I represent the board on the VRE. I was appointed as the finance chair for the VRE. Couple of items that might be of interest to the board. Ridership is way down. And while that in the short term, that's good for us because that means our contribution is lower. In the long term, with all of the development that we're doing and the expansion that we're doing, we might be in a precarious position. One of the reasons for this is that there's an automatic increase of 3% on the fares every other year. So we increase the subsidy for the jurisdictions one year, we increase the fares for the riders the following year. And unfortunately, market-driven, that might be pricing us out of the market. And so given the fact that gas prices are down, we're not taking into account the business aspects of the pricing structure. So ridership is down, and we are looking into that. And in the spirit of everybody else, we're also considering, maybe possibly considering opening up the agreement that we have with VRE and the surrounding jurisdictions. So that was a topic that I discussed. Additionally, although we would have to get everybody to agree, it could cause potentially a problem. So that is just a potential at this particular juncture. As far as smart scale is concerned, while Stafford as a whole should have done better, and it's very disappointing that we didn't. It's important to note, even though, as Mr. Dudenheffer said, this is way in the future for potential funding, and I believe we have to go through some additional rounds, but the Mountain View Stefaniga intersection did make the cut on the smart scale funding, and so there is a glimmer of hope for that particular intersection. I know that there's a significant amount of traffic. It impacts the Garrisonville district, it impacts the Hartwood district, and it also significantly impacts the Rock Hill district. This is something that all three of us, Gary, Mark, and I, have had significant interest in that intersection, just because of the inability to see and the amount of traffic that's going down Mountain View Road. So I just wanted to let everybody know that there is potential hope for the Mountain View Stefaniga intersection, as it did make the cut in the smart scale. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my remarks.
Ms. Shelton?
Good evening. Today I was elected as the chairman for the Community and Economic Development Committee, CEDC, and I'm happy to tell some of you guys that are still here from Aquia Harbor that one of the items that we push forward today to come to the board is the VA Port Authority grant for dredging, and we should see that into the board in the near future. And I think this month, I don't remember exactly when it's coming forward up to the board. So that was a very positive thing. Another item there's a couple of items that are on the board that are of interest to people. One of the things that I would like people to do, if you have not done already, and you're interested in the items that go in front of the CEDC, you can either contact any one of us, but you can contact me, and I will let you know what those are. And why those are important is because this is sometimes the first time you will see ordinance changes that might have an impact in your life. And because they'll go to the CEDC, and then maybe they need to go to the Planning Commission or go somewhere else. Another thing that I attended in the last few days, or gosh, it feels like that, was another transportation town hall. All of my colleagues have mentioned the challenges that we have with transportation, which you already know. And so going to that particular town hall was where we racked and stacked, and we set that priority for all those different roads. And I really appreciate Mr. Dudenheffer's comments today at the infrastructure meeting, is setting aside some of the priorities or thoughts that we had before and bringing those forward into the decisions that we use with that RSTP and CMAQ money, because I think that's important, and that'll be our first step, Mr. Dudenheffer. Thank you. The final thing I'd like to talk to you about is a STAR study. I know you don't know what those are. I'm not going to explain what it is because you won't remember. But essentially, there is a study that VDOT does in targeted areas, and these are meant to look at possible ways and innovative ways that we can decrease congestion. And a big part of that is multimodal, because you're looking at getting local traffic into places in different ways. And now, why that's important is last year, at the end of last year, VDOT approved for the Aquia district going from Port Aquia all the way down to Austin Landing to be part of that study. We had the kickoff meeting last week, and the reason I brought that up to you is because 80% of the projects that are approved for Smart Scale have resulted from STAR study. And I want to remind you, think about this part of it, is that Fredericksburg had a project that was approved for a multimodal path to go across and a bridge to go across one of their streams. Think about what's in the area. Austin Run. So that is the reason why I really wanted this project to go forward, is to look for alternative ways for us to get around the area, so teenagers don't necessarily have to drive, that we don't necessarily have to drive to a grocery store if you live very close to that, and give us some type of an alternative to get around. More on that. That's a year-long study, but it's our first start. Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Snellings?
Thank you. I'm sorry to report that last night, Virginia State Trooper Lucas Dowell was shot and killed in the line of duty near Farmville, Virginia. He is survived by his parents and his sister. Please keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. That's number 8 this year, folks. Police officers killed in the line of duty. I don't know when this madness stops. Just a real quick comment on elementary school redistricting, and I want my fellow board members to cringe here. We are getting emails, and some of us are getting calls complaining about the redistricting about elementary schools. Just want to let everyone know that no one on this board has a vote, a say, or anything to do with redistricting. That decision will be made by the school board, who is a duly elected body. So if you have comments, and I'm sure they will welcome them, please direct those comments to the school board, the member for your particular district, and you can get that off our website. Last, I would ask that you also keep our Commonwealth in your prayers. Virginia is going through a very difficult time. It doesn't seem like it's getting any better. So I know our legislators are struggling to get through the General Assembly with all that's going on, so please keep those folks in your thoughts. With that, I will turn it over to the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no report at this time.
County administrator.
Mr. Chairman, you have with your materials the priorities and initiatives report, which basically reflects the strategic plan. We went over that pretty extensively at your offsite this past weekend. That's there for your information. We do have our construction report by Brian Council, our Deputy Director of Public Works. Before we do that, though, I'd like to do a quick update as a follow-up to a request from a board member on an update from the General Assembly on a particular bill. And Anthony Tuigo from County Administration is give you a quick update on training requirements for school protection officers, one of our legislative priorities. Anthony handles the coordination of our legislative program and wants to provide a quick update on that.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Anthony Tuigo of County Administration, and I'm here to talk about our legislative program. So there's a lot of things going on in Richmond right now. Today was, and I'm not talking about headlines or news stories, today is actually crossover. So crossover is the deadline for all bills to report from their chamber of origin and crossover into the next chamber. So Cozen O'Connor, our legislative liaisons, and Julia Hammond, our principal liaison, are hard at work down there lobbying for us. So specifically on the training standards for School Protection Officers Initiative, just to give a little background for public benefit, DCJS, the Department of Criminal Justice Services, requires any part-time employee in a law enforcement agency working over 80 hours a year to go through the full 18-week police academy to obtain what's known as a DCJS Level 1 certification. Well, we rolled out, our Sheriff's Office rolled out last year a program which does employ part-time officers to serve as, or part-time deputies to serve as school protection officers in our school system, and they were all sent to the full academy, 18 weeks. We have on staff DCJS certified instructors who have the capability to train those school protection officers in-house in 8 weeks and get them placed in those schools faster. So thanks to our delegation in the legislature, Delegate Bob Thomas and Senator Richard Stewart, we were able to introduce legislation this year to that effect in the form of Delegate Thomas's HB 2142 and Senator Stewart's SB 1201. And what that legislation does, it amends Statute 9.1-101 and -102 of the Code of Virginia to A, include a definition of what a school protection officer is, hired part-time in a school division, local school division, and 2, to exempt them from those training standards of the full 18-week academy and allow the local governments the option to train them in-house. So we got Senator Stewart's bill out of Senate Courts of Justice pretty easily. He sits on a committee. There were no issues. It passed unanimously. When we got to the House side, we found out from the governor's office that through the governor, well, DCJS had some issues with the bill. And their opposition is largely technical. It's kind of silly, actually. The reason DCJS opposes it is because they simply weren't prepared to incorporate a definition of school protection officers into state code. They were buffing up resources for school resource officers, and there's also bills in the General Assembly, patroned by Delegate Locke and also Delegate Jay Jones, which seek to permit school resource officers to receive training through the Center for Campus Safety. Well, we've definitely opposed, well, we don't oppose school resource officers having training, but school resource officers and school protection officers are two different things. SROs do not have the powers of arrest. They are school system employees. They're not law enforcement employees. And quite frankly, they're not trained officers. So what our bills seek to do is give us the ability to put trained officers in the school system. And when we got to
the House Committee, Militia, Police, and Public Safety. DCJS came out against our bill. Through some quick work from the Sheriff's Office, the school system, as well as the Commonwealth Attorney, we were able to get staffers to testify pretty quickly to support the bills and get them out of committee. The governor's opposition is noted. Both bills have crossed over. They've passed. On the Senate side, Senator Stewart's SB 1201 passed 21-12. On the House side, Delegate Thomas' HB 2142 passed 53-45-1, largely along party lines. Now, in response to this, we are tracking what could happen moving forward, whether the governor could veto these bills, and it's a possibility. Cozen O'Connor has opened a dialogue with Public Safety Secretary Brian Moran, who himself is open to the idea of placing SPOs in the school system. And our argument is that the new category of officers is needed to enhance school security, really beyond the capability of a school resource officer. So as we move forward, we will continue to communicate with the Secretary of Public Safety, with the governor's office, and keep fighting with everything we've got. So if you have any questions, happy to take them.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Toigo.
Thank you.
Mr. Counsel, it is now your turn, I think, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brian Counsel, Deputy Director of Public Works, particularly with the Capital Construction Division. My privilege today to give you an update on many of our larger projects and most of our transportation projects. Before I start, I want to make note that as we go through the transportation projects, you'll see that and I'll back up in just a second to start at the beginning, you'll see that the board requested a couple of meetings ago that I think the last time we did a construction update to see with the transportation projects, to see the breakout of our funding sources on that, how much money was coming from Stafford County and how much money was coming from other sources. So we've broken that out, so you'll see that through the update. So backing up to talk about the fire station. The fire station is progressing fairly well. It is experiencing some weather delays. There's a number of ways that we're working to mitigate those delays so that we can finish on time. Obviously, it's not known yet if we're going to be able to do that, but we have, the contractor has some good ideas. They're working very hard to mitigate. Just right now, they're still trying to overcome a few days of delay. Mountain View Poplar Road, that's an intersection project that is getting ready to go to advertisement this month. That's all set to go. It should be advertised. Brook Road safety improvements, we met a little bit earlier today in the infrastructure committee. We talked about some challenges there. The existing closure that's in effect there is going to be extended until probably June. I hope it doesn't go into July, but at least till June. Some of the major elements of work that are completed, the culvert extensions, probably the toughest part of the job is complete, and significant pavement and roadway reclamation has been complete. The Garrisonville Road project, that keeps popping up here just so it remains on your radar. There's still a couple of punch list items that are being taken care of, so it's not completely finished yet. At a previous board meeting, it was brought up if we could look at some yellow indicator lights when the traffic situations allow some left turns. That request turned into a request for the entire corridor, so VDOT has decided to do a study for the entire corridor. It is coming to completion. I think it is going to recommend, early word out of VDOT is it is going to recommend some of those lights, not just the one at Center Street, but other ones to follow on that as well. So I know that's welcome news, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, because I'll tell you that light frustrates me every morning. But for going up and down 610 frequently, I think that's going to be welcome news for a lot of the residents of the northern Stafford area. So I'm excited to hear that they're looking at more than just that light.
VDOT took it upon themselves to do that. We had requested only that they look at the Center Street light. As the traffic engineering section there began to look at it, they noticed that would be applicable to a number of intersections down through there, as well as other parts of Stafford County and the Fredericksburg district as well. So it may take a little bit longer to get there, but I think overall the study analysis will benefit everybody.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Council, on here on the project budget amount, I know if I remember correctly, quite a bit of the money came from the service district. Is that correct? On this project? Or am I thinking of another one?
Ms. Bomke, I don't know the exact breakdown of all the multiple fundings. I can certainly get that and get it right back to
I
you.
was just wondering, so, while the public is looking, did the service district money come out of the county funds or the other category?
Looking at the even breakdown, that would tend to make me think that it was revenue sharing, which is 50/50, but there may be some other.
The local funds are bonds that were borrowed and paid back through the service district. The state and federal funds are matching funds from VDOT.
Okay, so the county funds are,
The service district funds that were set aside for transportation.
okay, that I think is really important, so the public understands that that's service district money, not county general fund money.
Right, the distinction being general tax revenue in the general fund.
Exactly.
And I think one of the things we can do, we continue to work on this report, is we might give a little bit more breakdown on the source of funds in the future,
Right.
so you can make that distinction.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's easy to do, as it's broken down on many of the forms and spreadsheets that we use, so it's no trouble at all.
Mr. Dudenhoek.
I don't think the public really understands what we mean. We're talking about our service district, but what that is constituted or made up of is the businesses along the 610 corridor, all those that are Zone B2, pay an extra property tax into a fund that the money can only be used in the 610 corridor. So it's a service district is what we call it. It generates funds through extra taxes on the businesses in that area and is paying for the improvements that we're seeing here.
That's correct. Next project, Route 1 Courthouse Road intersection improvements. That's in the PE phase right now, the design. We're looking at the roadway design elements, looking at the right-of-way impacts, looking at the bullets there. We've got a number of parcels that we've appraised and made offers. There are still a few that need to go out. We've met with many of the property owners. We know that there are some that will likely not reach a settlement by the time we need to acquire the property. I think you have an item on your agenda later on tonight, a public hearing on your consideration of using quick take powers and condemnation to begin some of those property acquisitions. One of the largest phases of the project, the most complicated ones, based on the preliminary engineering, we should be able to start some of the utility relocations this spring. That's why some of the quick take options are coming up a little earlier than some of the others, so it allows some of the utility relocation to begin a little earlier than anticipated. Belmont Ferry Farm Trail Phase 4. That's the one that's the phase that's along River Road near Pratt Park. That project, the contractor has elected to put that on hiatus for a little while the weather gets a little bit better. The conditions down there were pretty challenging. They still have plenty of time and have committed to making sure they do everything they can to finish on time. Shouldn't be an issue with getting that finished. The same project, Phase 6. There's an item on the agenda later on this afternoon for you guys to discuss the terminus for the project. Juggins Road improvements, that's the entryway and the main avenue going into the new elementary school up off 610. That has been awarded. We're anticipating notice to proceed first week of March. And just to let everybody know that there's an incentive on that to incentivize the contractor's diligence on completing the work and hopefully finish on time or a little bit earlier rather than potentially have some delays that are going to put the school opening in jeopardy. We have about 5 or 6 Plan Bs or Plan B, C, D, E, if you will, to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. Brea Church Road, similar phase as the Route 1 Courthouse Road. We've done a lot of the right-of-way analysis and design. The phase we're in now is right-of-way approval. We've submitted all those plans, the properties we believe are impacted, and we're waiting for approval from VDOT for that so we can start the right-of-way acquisitions. Route 1, Woodstock Lane, this is a project from right near the Crucifix up to a little past Taylor Store. It's still in the design phase. We're working through some engineering challenges there. The next phase for this would be the public hearing phase, where we present the drawings and ideas and cost estimates and everything to the public. That is probably going to take place in early April, I'm being told now. I got that information today.
Mr. Chairman, just for some clarification, go back to that slide. In my earlier comments, we talked about Smart Scale. This project is funded from Smart Scale, but from an earlier iteration.
That's correct.
So we have in the past gotten some funding for these things, but this one was not in this last iteration. It was the iteration before.
That's correct.
Okay.
Moving on to some of the larger and more pertinent utilities projects. This is just 2 or 3 of many projects the Utilities Division has going on in the capital program. The Claiborne Run Sewer Interceptor, this is by far one of the most technically difficult projects we've done, at least in my tenure here at the county in 10 years. There were so many constraints and restrictions by CSX and other utilities, just general logistical challenges. It's nearing completion. We're very proud of this project. It's been quite an endeavor, but we're almost to the finish line on that. If you're ever in that area, you see it's all torn up, but it's going to look a lot better in the next 2 or 3 months. Lower Ackeek Pump Station, this is one of the capital projects that we're doing to support the potential downtown Stafford redevelopment. This is ready for advertisement, and all the design is complete. And I've just gotten word that we're down to just only one easement agreement that we need to get, and I think that's pretty close to being done. So everything's in place for this to start. The wayside, if you've driven up and down Route 1, you've seen a lot of the clearing through the middle of the wayside. You've seen some equipment and pipe and some other apparatus down there. That project also has a contractor that's also doing our Claiborne Run parallel force main, and they have elected to put all of their resources on that project for the time being, and then they'll come back and take all those resources and put on this. So they're swapping resources between the 2 projects here. Both of them are still within the ability to finish on time and within budget. And there's the parallel force main. If you've driven out Route 3 past Walmart, there is a left lane closure while we're installing pipe in the median. That project is going to give us a lot of additional capacity on the force main that goes from the Claiborne Run pump station out to Little Falls Run wastewater treatment plant. So we're in the median for a little while, then right at Duff Park, we switch over to the side of the road. We finish that project down the side of the road. And that's all the projects of note. There are many other projects. Any questions you have about any of our other capital projects?
Any questions from Mr. Council, Ms. Baumke?
I would just like to congratulate you on Claiborne Run and the rest of the Public Works staff. That was, I would say, a major character building experience for Public Works. So the only question I have is, and I hope that you do this, is you go back and think about what could we have done differently to make sure, and I'm not sure that there is the right answer there, but are there any, hopefully you're going back and revisiting that and asking questions. What were our lessons learned, and could we have prevented any of this from happening? And I'm not sure that we could have, but anyway.
Well, the project started 10 years before I got here, so there's a whole plethora of staff that we can look back on to try to see if we can come up with lessons learned. And on every project, there are lessons to be learned.
Sure,
So,
absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Glad to hear that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Council. Next, consent agenda. For the first time in a long time, we didn't have any items on consent pulled. So do I have a motion for consent? Motion, Mr. Cohen. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Dudenhofer. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion carries 7-0. At this point in the agenda, I know many of you in the audience are waiting on number 9, which is the Mosaic contract, and that's a pretty good ways down the agenda. I was going to ask the board if they would be willing to move that up. We do have a closed session on Mosaic prior to the vote, but if we move it up, we'd have to do the closed session and then come back out. But it would save you probably about 35, 40 minutes. So I'll ask, Board, I'll entertain a motion if you'd like to do that.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Mauer, second by Mr. Dudenheffer. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion carries 7-0. This time, I'm going to ask Mr. Dudenheffer to read us into closed session. And like I say, we'll be back very shortly because we're only dealing with one item, and then we will address the Mosaic issue. Mr. Dudenheffer.
A resolution to authorize closed meeting. Whereas the board desires to hold a closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel employed by the board regarding a memorandum of understanding with Mosaic Realty Partners, which is a specific legal matter requiring the provisions of legal advice by such counsel, and whereas pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8, such discussions may occur in closed sessions. Now therefore be it resolved by the Stafford County Board of Supervisors that on this, the 5th day of February, that it be and hereby does authorize discussion of the above matter in closed meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion carries 7-0. We will go in closed session for a short period of time. When we come back, we will address number 9, which is Mosaic.
Resolution to certify the actions of the Stafford Board of Supervisors in a closed meeting on February the 5th, 2019, whereas the board has, on this, the 5th day of February 2019, adjourned into a closed meeting in accordance with a formal vote of the board and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas the Virginia Freedom of Information Act provides for certification that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Stafford County Board of Supervisors does hereby certify on this, the 5th day of February 2019, that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, and considered by the board.
I have a motion by Mr. Dudenheffer. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Mauer. Any discussion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Number 9, Economic Development, consider rescinding an award of future incremental tax revenues to Mosaic Realty Partners associated with the Quiet Town Center. Proposed resolution R19-42. Ms. Shelton.
I'd like to defer Resolution R15-192 for 60 days for staff to work with the property owners, which is Mosaic, to improve the performance of the MOU.
I have a motion by Mrs. Shelton, a second by Ms. Mowers. Any discussion? Hearing none, cast your, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I just want to make sure that motion meets the county attorney's standard for what we need.
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Momke, yes, it does. It's a deferral to give staff additional time.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mauer.
Does this then automatically come back to the agenda in 60 days?
Under old business.
Under
It will come
unfinished
back to the
business?
board as unfinished business in 60 days, unless there is a desire from the board for staff to bring back information if it has it available sooner.
Any other comments or questions by the board? I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. The item is deferred for 60 days. Thank you, folks, for your patience. Getting back on schedule, item number 6, County Administration, consider appointments to the board's Infrastructure Committee. We have 4 folks that are interested in the infrastructure. We only have positions for 3. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to appoint Ms. Bomke, Mr. Dudenheffer, and Ms. Shelton.
I have a motion to appoint Mr. Ms. Bomke, Mr. Dudenheffer, and Ms. Shelton. I have a second by Mr. Cohen. Is there any discussion?
Well, I find it very puzzling that I was left off of that after being a member. I am the only engineer up here. It is infrastructure. I do have some knowledge and background to add to this. I am also on the least amount of committees. Meg is on the most amount of committees. Cindy's on a lot more than me. Mark's down there in the pecking order with me, so I can't support that. And then, go ahead if you want.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, cast your votes. Tally the vote. The motion passes 5-2. Item number 7, Planning and Zoning. Refer to the Planning Commission an ordinance to amend and reordain County Code Section 28-24 measurements to reduce encroachment. I apologize. Let me rework that. It was a vote of 4-2 with 1 abstention. My apologies. Item number 7, Planning and Zoning. Refer to the Planning Commission an ordinance to amend and reordain County Code Section 28-24 measurements to reduce encroachment into side yards for outside basement entrances and ingress-egress window wells. Proposed Resolution R 19-45. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item you discussed at your last meeting on January 22nd. The board heard testimony from planning and zoning staff, building official, as well as fire marshal's office with regard to these issues with the window wells and the ingress access points that are located in side yards in the PD2 Plan Development District. This proposed amendment, if the board saw fit, send it forward, would allow these encroachments to go within 3 feet of the property line. Currently, the encroachment limit is 6 feet. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any questions of Mr. Harvey?
I have a question.
Yes.
So we received feedback from the fire marshal or from the fire department. Are you aware of that feedback?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Maurer, I understand there may have been some feedback from the fire chief. I have not seen specific information.
Okay. Do we just then discuss this
Mr.
after a motion is made?
Chairman, I think what's being referred to is a response to an email request of the fire chief from Supervisor Shelton. And I think we should probably read that response so that the board is aware. And
Didn't mean
if-
to put you on the spot.
No.
I just thought it was pertinent information.
No, it is, and if there was a miss in terms of copying board members on that, then that's something that we need to get straight. But I don't know if Ms. Shelton, since it went to her, if she has that at her fingertips. I will say, the bottom line is that the fire chief, not inconsistent with the fire marshal, has just concluded that he thinks the current ordinance should stay as it is, rather than making a change from a fire safety perspective. I think that's the bottom line.
Any other questions?
I do.
Ms. Shelton?
Ms. McClendon, is it in our interest, because everything we do is foiable, is it in our interest for me to read the email that I sent to the fire chief late last night and his response?
Supervisor Shelton, you can have it added to the record and just make a copy available to the clerk, and it'll be part of the record. You don't have to read it if you don't choose to.
It's up to y'all. Okay.
Any other questions or comments, Ms. Maurer?
So if we don't change this ordinance and these 129 homes become non-conforming uses, what does that mean for them in the future? I know we have a lot of non-conforming properties and they can buy them and sell them and it doesn't change the value. However, how are we going to provide them some assurance? This was an error on our part. And so what do we do moving forward for the current 129 homeowners?
Well, Ms. Maurer, those homeowners would have the right to enjoy their property as they currently do. As you mentioned, those encroachments are non-conforming. Their house itself isn't. So if for some act of God their house was totally destroyed, they could rebuild in the same location. The issue may be where they would have an access for a bedroom for the house if they rebuilt. The access may have to get changed to the rear of the house or to the other side of the house if it conformed with the zoning regulations at that point in time.
Any other comments, Mr. Dudenheffer?
Is there any way to make an exception for those 129 so they're not non-conforming?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Dudenheffer, yes, that is a possibility. It would be similar to what we recently did with the parking ordinance, where we carve out a certain time period where certain properties could have a closer encroachment. However, if there's ever any comprehensive change to that zoning category, it may end up wiping it out and being back to non-conforming. So that'd be something that you have to be careful of when you construct your zoning ordinance, because zoning ordinance is supposed to be broad in general, and when you get into a lot of specifics, you can have some unintended consequences later on.
But we could have some unintended consequences tomorrow if somebody's house burns down with the change.
There could be some consequences, yes.
No, if you have if we change it, then, right, they wouldn't have. But without the change, we could have an issue tomorrow with a house that burns down. And these are the Embry Mill houses, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is in my district. I have a problem with something that was nobody's fault. They didn't do anything to deserve it or whatever, that we now are going to, first off, we'll probably add a lot of consternation, and there'll be a lot of upset people who feel that we excuse me, we didn't look out for them at the time. So what would have to be done to carve out the exception? Would you need more time to do that, bring it back, or can we do that now? How would we do that?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Dudenheffer, staff would recommend that we come back with a specific amendment that you can look at and see if it meets your needs. And we'd also have to work with the attorney on the exact language.
Is there any problem, Rashida?
We can work with the planning staff to develop language that's sufficient to cover the current houses that are of concern.
Okay, well, and is it appropriate now for me to make a motion to that effect?
Are there any other questions, Ms. Baumke?
So I didn't receive the letter from the fire chief, so I don't know what that said, but if I understand you correctly, I just want to make sure that we have a difference of opinion between the fire marshal and the fire chief. Is that what I heard? No.
No,
Okay.
Madam Chair, that wasn't my intention. If it sounded that way, I think the fire chief was just a little bit more direct than the fire marshal was in his discussion.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that.
And
Okay.
and I will say, Mr. Chairman, I think the primary matter before you, of course, is whether to refer a change to the existing ordinance to the Planning Commission or not. Staff's recommending that we not consider changing it, but then we would deal with, I think, the matter that Mr. Dudenheffer is raising, which is the nonconformity that exists.
So we would have to wait till it comes back from the planning commission to talk about the nonconformity?
No.
Or would we
This-
send this to the planning commission and then have a motion to exempt?
Yeah, again, just to clarify, the matter before you is whether or not to send to the Planning Commission your desire to amend the current ordinance. And we're recommending that you not amend it because it would lead to more homes being built close together, creating a concern by the fire folks. So I think the primary matter is to not refer to this to the Planning Commission. The second matter that you've raised is really how do we deal with the nonconformity? And I would leave any articulation of that up to the planning director and the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman, if it's the will of the board that they want to deal with a non-conforming issue, it would actually take a text amendment. So I would recommend the matter being brought back to the board at the next meeting with language for you to consider, to then refer to the Planning Commission for a zoning text amendment in line with that.
So we defer it all till the next meeting so you can come back.
Yes, and it doesn't require a motion. There's no action before the board currently that you have to take. We can bring that back at the next meeting.
Is there any other comments or questions? If that's the case,
So I'll move.
I don't think we require a motion.
We done, okay.
No motion. We defer it to the next meeting, Mr. Harvey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, County Administration Redistricting Committee update.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Fred Presley, Deputy County Administrator. Back about a year ago, the registrar sent to you all a memo requesting that a committee be formed to assess the impact of growth since the last census, on the need to create new polling locations and potentially shift our district lines. In June, this board directed staff to form that committee and to do that assessment. A committee was formed that included the registrar, included the county attorney, myself, the planning and zoning director, GIS manager, as well as the school department's assistant superintendent of operations. We've met several times, did a lot of analysis with the growth that's occurred since our last census. The initial findings are that the committee it does expect that the 2020 census will require some rather substantial redistricting, and it will also likely require up to 8 additional polling locations be created, precincts and polling locations. Decisions on these matters by this board will be required by April of 2021, and that's only about 30 days after you receive the district lines from the legislature with respect to their lines. So for both the House of Delegates and the Senate, you will have to then submit your changes, and there's a process to that, which is outlined in your background report.
Mr. Presley, question? That isn't the way it happened last time. I mean, because the state and the county released their lines almost simultaneously. There wasn't a quid, like we got theirs and then we finished, and it wasn't, they took our old lines and marched forward. So we all came out in the latter part of March with our lines. There was no coordination. So we're saying now that that's going to be different this time?
No, I'm saying what the law states is that there's a requirement that you act within a certain date. You are correct that the last time you did it more or less in sync. We are actually suggesting you do it a little bit ahead of them to give them some idea of where you're going, so when they do their lines, they have that knowledge. So it's similar in terms of how we did it before. We just wanted to get ahead of it a little bit, but I'll get into more of it as we go forward.
Go ahead, sorry.
So based upon the findings, our recommendations are that we continue to do this analysis. You can see in the maps there are, it does show substantial growth, particularly in the Hartwood District and Aquia. Hartwood, 37.8% growth since the last census. That's about 3,000 units and about 7,400 people. So it's a big change, and that's going to require some major redrawing of the lines. We also recommend that the board consider forming a subcommittee, an ad hoc subcommittee with 2 board members, and staff that's on our current committee can join that. As we move forward, it doesn't have to happen right away, but we do recommend that we look at doing that soon, and we'll go over some of the timeline issues in a moment. And the final thing is that we ask that the board consider citizen involvement in some way, shape, or form. You'll see in attachment number 9, there's a flyer from the 2011 redistricting. It was a notice to the public about the process and how it went through. And Mr. Dudenhaber, you can see what exactly took place there with respect to the public involvement. And but you'll also note that the dates of the boundaries and things of that nature were much later in the process because of the election in pending for 2021 and the likelihood of a primary needed. That would take place in May, so we'd have to get ahead of that a little bit.
But we would have to audit, we would, at least for planning purposes, have to assume that there will be a primary in that first part of June.
Absolutely.
So everything backs up from there as
Correct.
to when it has to be finalized,
Yeah.
right? And I don't remember exact dates, like 60 days in advance so it can get on the ballot, the absentee ballots. I mean, there's a bunch of things.
Right.
But I recall it was the latter part of March. I mean, we weren't way in front of it because we didn't have that much time.
Correct.
The census data was published in the mid-latter part of February.
We'll get the census data, the county will get the census data in December of '20.
Well, that's what they said last time. We didn't get it till
Correct,
the end
yeah.
of February.
Well, hopefully technology is a little better and they'll get ahead of it, but we'll see. But that's when we're supposed to get it. And as we've laid that out in the timeline, you can see that we're scheduled to receive the data in December of '20. March, the county will receive information for the State House of Delegates and the Senate election boundaries. And then by April, we have to complete any recommendation for changes to the election districts, precincts, and polling places and advertise for public hearing. Then in early May, the board would adopt an ordinance establishing the new election district boundaries and precinct names and boundaries, as well as the polling places. Now, we've also this committee's made a few recommendations with respect to considerations for the board for guidelines. Things such as when you do redraw the lines, that you consider not splitting neighborhoods, particularly large subdivisions, because that does take place now, and it is very confusing for the folks that live there and directing them to the proper polling locations. That precinct not cross major bodies of water or I-95. That polling places should be placed in government-owned buildings to the maximum extent possible, because we can assure that those locations are ADA compliant. We cannot necessarily, as those rules change, guarantee that churches and some of the other places that we use would be able to meet those requirements. And we also recommend that the election districts and precincts should be of equal size, and also to allow for the combination of growth, because our growth isn't stopping. We're going to need the additional capacity in order to handle those changes. I think it's attachment number 1, which is from the county attorney, outlines all the laws and regulations around this. And with respect to the precincts themselves, we cannot have more than 5,000 registered voters in any single precinct. And new precincts must be created so that the number of voters in any presidential election never exceed 4,000. We're close on several of those, and we're going to need to address those issues moving forward. So basically, again, our recommendation is that you do consider an ad hoc committee of this board with staff support. I know that the registrar is here, and he's made additional recommendations that the committee felt were outside of the what was asked of the committee to discuss with you. I know he has sent you all a memo of what he'd like to see as well, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Mr. Cohen.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good and thorough report. One of the things that I had asked when this first came forward was to communicate with the schools, because the latter part of last year or middle of last year, there was a great discussion about consternation about using school buildings as polling precincts. And so my concern was, as we were looking at more additional voting precincts that in trying to use government buildings, there's only a certain number. So have we communicated with them to see what their attitude is?
They were on our committee, and they were well-versed. We actually, part of the mapping exercise that we did was we identified every school, every county building, and as a potential polling location. The schools were fully supportive of utilizing their facilities for the purpose of voting. They didn't have any issue with them.
Any other comments or questions, Ms. Bomke?
So on that front, you know, I know we had an issue at Ferry Farm a couple years ago. It was a very sad story, and things were changed at the last minute. And so, you know, we have to have policies and procedures in place and adhered to. But on that front, I'm not sure who was in attendance from the school side regarding the polling places, but it's not necessarily the issues at central office. Sometimes the principals get involved and they don't want the polling places at their schools. So we need to make sure that that is communicated all the way down.
And we made that point as part of our discussion. It was Scott Haran was on our group, and he's manages all the buildings. And we made sure that, you know, we said that this is something that if we move forward with this, we knew that it was the principals. So we said this has to be communicated, and he said that they understood and they knew it was an issue in the past. And that
Right,
would
and
happen.
one of their other concerns is, you know, here we have, you know, public safety at a school is a major issue these days. And then you have kids in school and people coming in to vote. How are we providing security for our students that are in there? And should the schools be closed on that day?
And I think that's all something that this committee that we're suggesting be formed discuss and make policy around. as part of this. It was a discussion that we had as a group, and we felt that we might need to take that extra step with
Okay.
respect to having it a day off.
Mr. Cohen?
I'm trying to be delicate. When I was on planning, there were instances when school board members articulated a concern from their dais, but it never matriculated down to certain staff. I think I'm being delicate. So that my concern is that I watched the school board meeting where school board members articulated a great concern about having the schools be voting locations. And one of the things going forward, I would hope that we would reach out to actual board members to make
Absolutely.
sure there's not another disconnect in that regard. Ms. Baumke brought up an excellent point. There is, if I understand, there's still a bill before the legislature to have the general election day be a day off, but primaries are not. And so you do have that problem. Brook Point High School, they come in through the auditorium and, in a side door of the auditorium where there is no security check. And if the person says they have to use the restroom, they can get into the building. And many of our schools have that issue with that, because then if they go through the regular security entrance and have to give up an ID or show an ID, so that's why I raised this to you a while ago. And I think Ms. Baumke and I are on the same page, and a couple other people are nodding, that I think we really need a synergy in this, because I'm very leery that we're not hearing the whole story. So I'll put it that way. Mr. Chairman, if we do form a subcommittee, I would like to volunteer for that. I worked at a supervisor's elections office before, and having 2 degrees in political science, this is something I'm sort of interested in.
Mr. Dudenheffer?
Fred, what most people don't understand is the Census Bureau provides data in blocks. And the blocks are all over the map, and sometimes the blocks divide streets. And sometimes they're blocks inside of blocks. And that was a situation that occurred in the last census and redistricting that caused a significant amount of change that we ordinarily wouldn't have done, because there was a block inside of a block for the neighborhoods behind Lowe's, which amounted to almost 3,000 people. So you had to move 3,000 people one way or the other, and that caused the split in the Aquia Harbor area. And that was really the contentious area up there, was because I had 3,000 people to move one way or the other. So we don't know. I was told that the census provides you with what they're going to use as their blocks in advance, so we should be seeing that soon. And one thing we should definitely look for is to make sure there are no blocks inside blocks, so that it makes it to where you can move several hundred people as opposed to several thousand people.
And we
as
can
they go.
provide the board with the additional maps we did, but we did look at the latest census blocks as part of this exercise, and, but we didn't want to, the maps get very busy.
No,
as you
I
well know.
understand, believe me.
So, but we did look at that, and it's not going to be perfect, we realize that, and that's why we think it's important that this
But
committee be
we can
formed to
certainly
work through some of the
identify
issues.
that. I mean, the streets, those kinds of things you're not going to be too successful in, but we can certainly identify, like I said, these blocks. I called it the donut shop. I mean, you had this big circle, and then you had these little circles all inside of it.
And I don't know, Jeff, if you want to, you're aware of with the new lines, if there are any of those that are still in existence or not.
Could we make sure we look at that data really hard at that? I mean, that really was a driving force in some of the decisions that were made, were basically numbered decisions. The other thing is, and I've said this, is the sequence. The state and the feds get the information at the same time. The state and the counties get the information at the same time. The state's starting position is they grab our magisterial districts that we have in place at the time, okay? And we, as a fast growth county, know that we're gonna have major changes. We need 8 new polling places. Obviously, that's a problem. That the whole time the state is in the process of working through what their process is, we're working on something that changes all of that. And then what ends up happening at the end, if I think I understood you to say that we will look at what the state comes up with and make modifications to our plan. Well, I mean, if you look at it, their starting point is our old districts.
Correct.
And then we're going to look at what they're doing and then make changes to the old districts.
And I think what we're proposing is we give them an idea for the new districts, even ahead of the census data being released, because we've got some really good data with respect to where the buildings have occurred and where they're going to occur between now and the completion of the census. And there's going to be tweaks to it, but we're going to be pretty close to knowing where those numbers are going to fall. And based upon that, just to give the legislature a heads up, now we might need to tweak it, but rather than have them go off the old lines, which we know are going to change dramatically. And then it's going to be a lot of work.
Well, I've had those discussions over a period of time because I was not happy with the way the thing worked out last time. And they look at me like deer in the headlights. I mean, they look at themselves as being sacrosanct and superior, and therefore anything we do is subsistent or dependent on what they do, as opposed to not seeing that there's a sequence that could go here that would be beneficial to everyone. Really, the way to finish it would be to get them to move the primary to August, so we end up with enough time to really look at all the numbers. I'm not so sure that you can come up, you're still under the plan that you're talking about, you're still going to have split precincts, the way this thing works out. And they could be rather substantial. Maybe the splits will be smaller, but you're going to still have substantial split precincts. The way the Census Bureau sends out a software package, we may already have it, I don't know. But you can actually, real time, move blocks and come up with the data and the way that all the numbers and how everything works out when we move along. So I agree that we need to look at where growth is going to occur. Is it a 1% difference or 2% difference?
1%.
By district. You can't get them exact. So what is I think we did it 1% last time. Precincts could be 1% plus or minus.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Rashida?
Mr. Dudenheffer, actually, with regards to the election districts, generally the recommendations or the recognized deviation has been 5%.
5%.
election
We did it
districts.
much more than that. 5% is
Target is
pretty
equal,
right.
but yeah.
But if we were going to do Hartwood District and we know it's going to grow faster than the George Washington District, then we should, put more weight or less weight in Hartwood to start with anticipation of the growth. I mean, there's ways to look at that. So I appreciate all the work you've done. I'm not overly optimistic based on my former experience with this, that this is the.
It's messy. There's no way around it. That's why we're trying to get ahead of it.
Absolutely
do as
no
much
way
as we can.
around it,
Yep.
so.
Okay,
All right.
we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Ms. Maurer,
I just wanted to make sure if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Riddlemoser.
your microphone is not on?
And not exactly sure about our timelines, but if Mr. Riddlemoser has anything to add to this.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, Mr. Chairman.
Fred, you had mentioned a committee of the board.
Yes, sir.
How many members?
2 members of the board and then the staff that were involved in this.
And when do you need that?
I mean, I think that's fairly open. I mean, we do have a little time because we will not see the census data until the end of '20. But I
Okay.
would think that at a minimum by towards the fall of this year to get that committee
Oh, okay.
working in earnest, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good report. Mr. Riddlemoser.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, time is of the essence. We can talk all we want about how the census doesn't occur till a long time from now, and that the state assembly is not going to do their thing for 2 years, and all of those things are true. But the thing that I've reiterated since I brought this up over a year ago is that there are so many things that we need to map out so that the decisions are pre-made. Because you're right, Mr. Dudenheffer, as soon as you start clicking and dragging inside of the census blocks, that's the real deal. That's when redistricting happens. But the operational decisions that you need to make before that are myriad, they are plentiful. Are we going to continue to use schools? Is 8 new precincts enough? Is there a way to leverage the science that we have now? Because we know where Stafford has grown, and it has grown a lot. Are we aware of what the General Assembly's done, such as passed a bill that outlaws split precincts? then 8 is not enough. So crossover, as Tony told you today, happened today, and there are bills in the Assembly this year. There will be bills in the Assembly next year, and this isn't about 7 really smart people using 7 weeks at the very end to make this work. We're going to need to have equipment in place. I have to send a first-class letter to everybody in the county. There's a million things that have to happen in that last 60 days. So whether it's new equipment, whether it's warehousing, whether it's finding precinct hosts that'll sign a 10-year contract to agree to be a precinct, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done way, way, way before we start clicking and dragging census blocks around to see if we can make our precincts all the same size. So that's the reason I've pushed for the Citizens Committee. As many of you can be on there as you want. You're going to get a quarterly update if I was king for a day for the next 2 years
I recognize Ms. Mauer. She has
to
a
outlay
question.
all this stuff.
So just really quickly, and this is a question, and I apologize for my ignorance on this, but I know that some boards are larger and some are smaller. Is there a population limit in which we have to expand the board? And I really apologize for is there anything in legislature we can keep it at 7? We just have larger representation?
That's a good question for your county attorney.
Okay.
And I think she'll tell you that you guys can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Supervisor Meyer, that is correct. The number of board members is determined by the board, and it's not based on population.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rodemoser.
But, Mr. Chairman, that is why I've pushed so hard on you to put together the people that can outline the hundreds of decisions that have to be made before the spring of '21, because they are plentiful. We've moved when school starts. So school's not in session in June during the primaries anymore. The state assembly in both houses just passed a bill that crossed over to the other house to move the primary. So regardless, it's a school holiday in November, it's a school holiday in June, there's a lot of stuff going on. You don't need to know all these things, but you do in the end. So if we can have this commission that's got some citizen involvement, got a couple of you board members, you got some really smart staff here, people that are willing to knock this out for you, bring a recommendation to you quarterly, because decisions have to be made, and they can't be made that last 6 weeks. It just cannot be done that way.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions on this? Let's move on. Number 10, Human Resources, consider phased-in approach to modifying Medicare retiree health insurance premiums, proposed resolution R19-49. Shannon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Shannon Wagner, Director of Human Resources. Good evening. I'm here to talk to you about Medicare health insurance retiree contributions. I brought a summary of this item to the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee in January, and I now am going to bring that to the full board. Computer, please. Oh, already there. So just some brief history of where we are and how we got here. Stafford County currently has approximately 175 retirees. 35% is pre-Medicare, so they retired before the age of 65. And then the other 65% of retirees are age 65 and older. They are eligible for Medicare. Under our policy, they all have, they are required to have Medicare Part A and Part B. And we offer them a supplemental plan that works together with their Medicare plan. It includes a Part D plan, which is their prescription benefits, and we have also extended to them the ability to carry on Anthem dental coverage, as Medicare does not cover dental by policy. The Virginia retirement system has, for a long time, offered a health insurance credit to a select groups of retirees by default. Stafford County, since 1999, has included the option to include that health insurance credit for all of our employees, rather than keeping it to the basic subgroups. And the way that works is, as long as a retiree has at least 15 years of service in the Virginia retirement system when they retire, that they will get $1.50 for every year of service in up to a maximum of 30 years, which is equivalent to $45 per month. That credit offsets any health insurance payments they may be making, whether it be to Stafford County Health Insurance, private insurance carrier, or Medicare Parts A and Part B. This benefit ultimately reduces the overall impact that a retiree would be asked to contribute for health insurance. Our current retiree health insurance policy was last updated in 2009. That policy states that any employee who has at least 15 consecutive years of service with Stafford County is eligible to, and is at least age 50, is eligible to receive a subsidized rate on the cost of the health insurance plan that is available to them in retirement, whether it be pre-Medicare or post-Medicare plans. That policy specifically states that those retirees with the 50-15 provision, as I refer to it, are eligible to pay the same rate as a single active employee would pay for employee-only coverage under their health insurance plan. The retiree is responsible for the full cost of any dependent, whether it be a spouse or a child, that they elect to continue onto their plan. They are only Once they have retired, they are not eligible to add on any new dependents past the date of retirement. The current health insurance contributions for our Medicare-eligible retirees is not in compliance with those provisions, which states that they would pay the same rate for as an active employee on the group health insurance plan. This is just a chart that shows you today what the contributions look like for our retirees. The chart is broken up into retiree and plus spouse coverage. This is for our Medicare retirees only. And then there's also differentiation between whether that retiree has the 50-15 provision as well as whether they elect to carry the Anthem Dental. The vast majority of our retirees do have Anthem Dental. They have continued that coverage. As you can see, for a retiree with the 50-15 provision who does not elect to continue under the dental plan, the current cost to those retirees is $0. If they do have the dental plan, which again is most of our retirees, the monthly cost for that retiree is $30 per month. Staff is proposing that we look at a phased-in approach to our to get the contributions for this retiree group into compliance with our current policy without a significant impact to those retirees in any 1 year. So we are recommending a 3-year approach to gradually bring those premiums up to where they should be per policy. For 2019, our recommendation would be that we would bring the cost of the medical component up to $45 per month, and then actually reduce the cost of the dental coverage. As right now, they are paying 100% for dental, but again, $0 for the medical and prescription plan. I've outlined an approximate schedule of what those changes over the next 3 years could look like, and the net annual increase for the majority of our retirees, which would be retirees that are under the 50-15 provision and who have the Anthem Dental coverage. In calendar year 2019, that net increase would be $20. In 2020, the net increase would be approximately $30 per month. And then in 2021, we would tie to whatever the active rates would be at that time. $98 is the current amount that a single employee pays per month, and we would adjust these numbers based on what the numbers are at that time.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is a policy that has been passed, it just wasn't implemented. Am I clear on that?
Can you state the question again?
The policy already exists. It was just that we were delayed in its implementation.
The policy exists.
So we're trying to phase in the implementation because the implementation somehow got
off
lost.
track. Yes, ma'am. That is
Okay.
correct. This is not a change in policy. The existing this would be trying to get us to where our existing policy currently says we should be.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ms. Wagner, so when we got off track, Was that brought to the board's attention?
That is not clear. I have, with support of other staff members, we have done some research into board agendas, meeting minutes, and other documentation. We have yet been able to identify what, if any, of that information was brought to the board.
Okay. Do we have any other policies within human resources where we might have policies where we're not living up to those policies that you're aware of?
Quite possibly. One example would be our total compensation philosophy, which is an adopted policy by the board, which states that our total compensation for the county should be marketed at the 75th percentile of the market. And I can tell you we are not in that place from a market perspective. So that's one example.
Okay.
Many of our policies have not been updated for some time. My staff are trying to work on that now so that we can identify issues that may be similar to this and bring them to the board's attention, and also identify changes that might need to be made since the policy is over 10 years old.
Okay, all right. Is there any way that we could, Mr. Chairman, maybe bring that back to the board in a committee format so we're educated? Maybe we can't make changes all at one time, but just so that we're informed about some of these policies?
Mr. Chairman, we are currently at the staff level in the process of identifying all those HR policies that need amendment or brought to your attention. And that's a fairly significant effort. I think when we get to that place, I think it would be, we would certainly come to the FAB committee, but it may warrant some other kind of committee of the board to take a look at this with HR.
Okay, so you're currently working on it all?
Yeah, we are. At this point, it wouldn't help to do that until we've gotten more work done.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But we do have this on our list of those things that we're trying to get up to date with.
All right.
Any other
Thank you.
questions of Ms. Wagner?
I have just one more slide.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nope, you're fine. I have a very basic chart of a very complicated situation, but I tried to get a picture of what other localities are doing, excuse me, for their retiree health insurance. This is retiree health insurance globally. It is not limited to Medicare retirees. And the chart is a little too simple. I'm still working with my peers to understand the nuances of all of these plans. There are a lot of variables that are included, and each locality has looked at retiree health insurance in a very different way. At a high-level summary, some localities are looking at retiree health insurance from more of a stipend perspective, where the jurisdiction provides a certain amount of money either per month, whether it's based on years of service or it's a flat dollar amount, and then the retiree can use that money to go purchase either their own plan or Henrico, as an example, has a private exchange established, so they get X number of dollars. They go to this exchange and they have about 8 plans that they can choose from. And then there are localities that are similar to us in structure, where they are actually subsidizing the premiums themselves directly rather than providing a flat dollar amount. So there's a lot of different nuances. The health insurance credit from VRS is looked at quite differently depending on the organization. Not all organizations have elected to expand the health insurance credit to all retirees. And some of those that have will offset any stipend that they have from that health insurance credit, and others, it's a cumulative effect and they get both benefits added together. So it's, it's very complicated, it changes. Spotsylvania has made the most recent change to my knowledge. Last year, they instituted a $625 credit for employees who are hired after September of 2018. So obviously that won't, it'll take a few years for those employees to begin retiring. But it's a change from offering a medical plan for the Medicare group to just offering more of a cash incentive into a health reimbursement account. So I know the FAB had asked for some information about what other jurisdictions are doing. I don't know if there is any specific questions. As I said, it's very complex.
Any other questions or comments? I have a couple. You don't need a vote from us on this, do you?
No, sir, this is on new business,
I
and
understand, but it's already a policy, so what do we vote on when we come
board
back?
action is not required.
Good,
The
okay.
FAB committee asked that I bring this to the full board for your consideration, so
Right.
you could make a recommendation, but it is not required.
How will the affected employees be notified?
We will mail a letter to all retirees, all Medicare retirees, to notify them of this change and effective dates of when the new premiums would be deducted and what kind of what the plan is and what the decision was
Okay.
and why we're doing it.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, Ms. Wagner.
So, Mr. Chairman, we will move forward just based on the consensus of the board
Okay.
to move forward with our existing policy.
Item number 11, Economic Development and Tourism, authorize the county administrator to advertise a public hearing to consider an ordinance amendment to create a separate tangible personal property tax classification applicable to data centers, proposed resolution R19-52. This is for discussion only. Thank you, sir. John.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'll be brief, but be glad to answer any questions. Data centers are, of course, a targeted sector in our economic development strategy. As you know, and we've discussed in implementation of that strategy, we are a very good location for those. We have been looked at, and we are, well, it's a targeted sector for a very good reason. Data centers have a huge return on investment in terms of tax policy, jobs, and investment in the community. This agenda item would set a public hearing for the separate classification of data centers for business personal property taxation. This is similar to what you did with large warehouse distribution centers under the merchant capital tax. This is, of course, allowable under Virginia State Code. Other jurisdictions that we compete with for data centers have done this. And so this public hearing, you would set a public hearing so that we could brief you and the public more fully on how this impacts and how it will help us impact and attract these centers to Stafford County.
Any questions? Ms. Bauer.
Would it be appropriate to have this go on, since it's just publicizing publicizing a public hearing, would it be appropriate for this to go on consent as opposed to unfinished business? If there's no objection from the board?
I would like to give that some thought. You're talking about relieving taxes. I'd rather have that open to public.
Okay.
But we can discuss that in the agenda meeting coming up Thursday. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, sir. Item number 12, Public Works Utilities, authorize the county administrator to execute the documents necessary for Stafford County to participate in a lawsuit against persons and/or entities for anti-competitive conduct related to the sale of aluminum sulfate. I have no idea what that is. I'm sure you're going to explain it to me.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe I'm the only thing standing between you and dinner, so I will be brief and hopefully not too boring. Aluminum sulfate is a chemical that we use in our water and wastewater treatment process. The Department of Justice has been investigating various suppliers of aluminum sulfate, or as we refer to it, alum, for bid rigging that was occurring between the years of about 97 through 2011. Stafford County was impacted by this bid rigging and has an opportunity to join a class action lawsuit to recover some of those funds. So staff does recommend that we have discussed this with the county attorney, just let me clarify that first. Staff would recommend moving forward with the proposed resolution R19-53 to allow ourselves to be added as a member to this class action.
Okay, thank you. That'll come back at our next meeting, Mr. Cole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should note that this is a time we would ask that you would deem this time sensitive because we do have this has been going on for some time, and we would like to go ahead and join up on this.
What's our deadline?
My understanding is that there's already negotiations going on. It would be in our interest to do this immediately if we can.
County Attorney, we just need a motion to declare this time sensitive.
That's correct, Mr.
Do
Chairman.
I have a motion from Ms. Bomke, second from Mr. Dudenheffer. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-1.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Item number 10 on the,
We haven't finished yet.
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
We've still got to have a motion. I need a motion on
moved.
proposed resolution R19-53. Moved by Ms. Bomke, seconded by Ms. Mauer. Any discussion? Ms. Mauer.
Just to clarify and reiterate for the public, there is no cost to the county to join in the lawsuit.
Correct.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, hearing none, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Foley, I think you had a question on another item?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies on the last item. Item number 10 that the board did not take action on. Actually, if you do not take a vote to phase in the retiree health change, then we would have to implement it immediately all at once. So
We don't want to do that.
there is a resolution which lays out the phase-in approach, and we can bring that back to you at the next meeting on the
Yeah.
consent agenda.
Because this wouldn't go into effect until the next fiscal year, is that correct?
You have time at the next meeting to make this
Okay.
effective.
Glad you brought that up, thank you. Anything else to come before the board, Mr. Foley?
No, sir.
With that said, we are adjourned till 7 p.m. February 5th board meeting to order. At this time, Ms. Shelton will lead us in the prayer, and I'll lead us in the pledge. Please stand.
Please bow your heads. Lord, protect our country and our commonwealth as we go through these extremely trying times that not only just affect us in our lives, but also what we show to our children. Guide us when we forget to ask for guidance. Cover us with all the love and the comfort that you can give us when we forget to ask for cover. Bring us forward with the understanding and pray for that understanding that we need to guide the country, guide our citizens, guide this particular place and time in the right things that only you know that need to happen. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay.
This time we'll do presentations by the public. You can come forward and speak on any item as long as it's not on a public hearing tonight. When you come up, I'd ask that you state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. When the green light comes on, you start. The yellow light means you have about a minute left. When the red light comes on, wrap up your comments. So anyone on my right wishing to address the board on any issue except a public hearing item? Seeing none, anyone on my left?
When they do these till they put me away. Paul Waldowski, 8 Picket Lane. Let me continue in regards to what an anchor is in a development. Now, first of all, you need a 21st century grocery store, and I didn't have time to look up Harris Teeter, but if I remember right, there was a Harris Teeter in Bristow, population 3, and yet we have Wegmans, which is from Rochester, New York, Western New York. The county has Giant, which had to redo itself because Shoppers has made things go on and on. We have Food Lion, that's now gone, which was Bloom's, and now we have We Is. We Is what? It's just amazing to me what we got in this country. Now, I respect developers like Mosaic. I know they want to deliver. They try to build a vision.
I don't know what happened this afternoon after I left. I went to play 1-minute chess, so I didn't check if anything happened. But space has got to be used correctly, and trying to anchor what I said earlier, Mildy's Mounds, the M&Ms. You now have all those apartments, which is putting pressure on my furnished rental. Man, it's empty since December 23rd. And I've got location to the back gate. I'm also on homes.mil, military by owner. It's just amazing what goes on. Now, I'm really sorry if someone's losing $800,000 annually. Well, you must not know the stock market. You know, we got FANG out there that's Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix. That's where my youngest son works. He always asks me, Dad, what do I do with those stock options? You take them, then you retire when you're 50. And Google. Now, my stock was in IBM, which is the only company with in its name in 3 places, International, Business, and Machines. I'm sure some of you told me, you know, Mr. Gavin's got in his name. I always love to listen to Mr. Gavin, because Brain's got in its name too. Now, one other thing I want to reiterate again is east of I-95, any subdivision, if you're coming to this county, don't invest. The subdivisions are so slow, they're never going to come about.
Thank you. Anyone else on my left wish to address the board? Thank you. Item number 13 and 14, we're going to combine those into one public hearing. Item number 13, amend and reordain the zoning ordinance to amend the zoning district map to reclassify from R1 suburban residential to R3 urban residential, high density 1.39 acres, and B2 urban commercial, and from B2 zoning district to R1 and R3, and proposed proffer amendment on 13.6 acres zone B2. That's a mouthful, Jeff. Item number 14, consider a conditional use permit to allow the assisted living facility in the R3 urban residential high-density zoning district on portions of tax map parcel numbers 20YY-1 and 20YY-2. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you said, you explained a mouthful, and we're combining the presentations on both these items to allow for some brevity, but it still is a big technical issue. We do have the case for a reclassification as well as a conditional use permit for a project known as Hampton Run Commercial. Oops. The request is a variety of different zoning changes to move zoning district boundaries around between B2, R1, and R3 zones, and also to allow a conditional use permit for an assisted living facility in a property to be rezoned to R3 urban residential. There are 2 properties currently affected. There would be 20.41 acres, which would be subject to the rezoning, and then also 4.42 acres subject to the conditional use permit. Mine Investments LLC is the owner. They are represented tonight by Mr. Sherman Patrick, and this is all located in the Garrisonville election district. This is the location map of the property, and in particular, the area that's subject to the zoning change is in the dashed color, so it's this area here. As you can see from the zoning map, there's a variety of different existing zones on the property. You can see that in the bottom corner of the area, that's the location where the conditional use permit would be, as well as the rezoning to R3. The map here shows the existing conditions of the area. You can see the site is undeveloped. It currently abuts the Walmart off of Garrisonville Road, as well as a commercial strip center building in this location. We have nearby additional townhomes off of High Point Boulevard, and we have the VDOT commuter lot directly across the street, as well as an office building. This is the existing generalized development plan for the property. The property was rezoned in 2011 with proffers for the B2 portion of the property. That concept plan showed 181,000 square feet of variety of different commercial uses, including retail, office, bank uses, and potential gas station uses. The existing proffers do speak to the square footage and has limitations on them based on the prior traffic study that was submitted. The proffers do provide some flexibility for the building types as well as the location of buildings within the overall site. Some of the features that are shown on this original development plan, which are fixed, are the entrance that's being proposed opposite of the access to the VDOT commuter lot, and then a secondary entrance further north on Mine Road. Also, a portion of the property that originally was zoned R1 and will continue to be zoned R1 with some minor adjustments has been approved for a 40-lot subdivision. That's had preliminary approval. It's not moved forward to final development yet. But that will be largely remain unchanged. This slide shows the variety of zoning changes that are being proposed. In particular, we'll have in the end state a little bit, slightly more R1 zoning. The B2 zoning will decrease by roughly 4 acres, and the R3 will be roughly comprised of 4 acres. And this is the area that's going to be changed from R1 to R3. This is a portion of the property to be changed from B2 to R1, and then a part that would go from, the middle part goes from R1 to B2, and this top part would be changed from B2 to R1. This, in the generalized development plan, we do note that there's a inset which shows that intersection, and it's an enlarged view. Based on reanalysis of the project, we see that we're going to have 3 exit lanes on the main entrance and 2 entrance lanes. The proposal also includes a continuous right turn lane along Mine Road, along the entire frontage of the site, which would stop at its southern terminus. These are photos which show the existing conditions along Mine Road. It currently has a paved shoulder. When this property is developed, it will again extend that third turn lane as well as construct sidewalk to the end of its property. There will be, however, a gap where there's an intervening undeveloped property that's commercially zoned, and at such time that property develops or some other measure that takes place, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we may have some enhanced opportunities for pedestrian access that would connect this whole area up through to Walmart. The comprehensive plan recommends this property for suburban land use. Suburban land use recommends if we're having community-serving activities or single-family detached homes. In the case of the existing B2 zoning, the uses proposed would all be the types of uses that you would normally associate with nearby commercial and residential use, where they have restaurants and banks and those things that would serve the nearby public. The assisted living facility would also be compatible with the suburban designation in that it likely would serve residents in the nearby vicinity to have their loved ones stay there as they need additional health care. The comprehensive plan also speaks to military impact areas associated with Quantico. There are a number of noise zones that are identified in our comprehensive plan. In this property, it's split by Noise Zone 2 and Noise Zone 5. Noise Zone 2 basically says there consideration if there's residential development that there be additional building standards applied to reduce noise impacts. However, this property is located in Noise Zone 5 for the residential portion. So that does not recommend any mitigating measures for noise impacts other than notification. And the applicant has made proffers to that effect that any future residents of the assisted living facility would receive notice that Quantico is a nearby area and also makes noise. With regards to the assisted living facility, these are the architectural designs that are being proposed. The designs meet a number of our neighborhood design standards, and we believe it's consistent with that requirement. We will note that the B2 portion of the property does not have specific architectural standards. However, they've made a number of proffers that address our neighborhood design standards in our comprehensive plan. Regarding some public facilities impacts, when we look at the traffic impact of this proposed zoning change versus what was previously approved, there is a significant reduction of almost 2,000 vehicle trips per day. The peak hour trips are roughly half of what they were previously based on the full build out of the B2 zone portion of the property. As I mentioned earlier, the traffic impact assessment with the original zoning recommended 3 exit lanes, 3 southbound lanes, and modifying the traffic signal timing in this area. The TIA had incorporated all those changes were incorporated into the proffers. Normally with the traffic impact study, it's fairly current like this one, we would not require a new study. In sending this application to VDOT, VDOT felt it may be important to submit a new study. Their concern is if the third through lane is not extended third right turn lane is not extended all the way down to High Point Boulevard, that it may have some impacts to queuing at the commuter lot as far as cars trying to exit the commuter lot. At the time that the original traffic study was done, VDOT was of the opinion that the through traffic on Mine Road was more important to prioritize than the traffic coming out of the commuter lot and out of this site. Since then, VDOT's changed its mind about that, and the applicant and VDOT have had some discussions. To date, there's not been a revised traffic analysis provided to address VDOT's concerns, and staff has acknowledged that the predicament that the applicant's in, and that they're actually reducing traffic impacts based on what could be there today, but also acknowledging VDOT's concern about the overall intersection operation. Regarding other public facility impacts with regards to parks and recreation, the utilization study that was done by the department shows that there is a need for additional park facilities in this area. However, there are no significant impacts to parks anticipated with this project. The assisted living facility will have some residents, but typically those types of residents do not have high demands on park services. There is adequate library services for this area, and it was noted that there are some issues with meeting response time. The quiet station is currently not meeting standards, so a service level deficit was determined, and the applicant has made a proffer to offset that service level deficit based on our comprehensive plan recommendations. The residential portion of the rezoning dealing with the R3 zone is subject to new proffer legislation, so it would be unreasonable for the board to ask or accept a proffer that does not have any specific attributable impact for the project. Therefore, that is why the cash proffer associated with the residential property is limited to
Mr. Harvey, Ms. Mauer has a question.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, because when you look up R3 zoning and changing this to an R3 zoning by right as townhomes, but they are proffering specifically an assisted living facility, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So they can't by right put in townhomes. I know the answers to these questions, but it's important that we're like very clear about this for the purposes of the public.
Yes.
Okay.
The property would be restricted to use as an assisted living facility. If that use was to change, it'd have to come back through a public hearing process with the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. So in sum, with regard to public safety, there would be a $26,048 lump sum payment. That was estimated on anticipated 74 residents within the facility. The proposals speak to the property access, right-of-way dedication, and the extension of the right turn lane through the frontage of the property, modifying the entrance as reflected in the traffic study, and restriping and reconfiguring the turn lanes on Green Spring Drive, as well as a monetary contribution for the commercial part of the project for off-site shoulder improvements. That would be potentially done through a project that I had a discussion with Supervisor Dudenheffer earlier today, where it could allow us to have pedestrian access all the way to the intersection of High Point Boulevard. In fact, at the dais tonight, you'll see a revised proffer submitted by the applicant to address the timing with that. It moves up the timing to where it would be at the county's request to receive the funds after we've fully designed the project. It's estimated that $25,000 would cover the cost of the shoulder widening at this location. Additional proffers speak to providing a Fred bus stop if Fred service were to come into this project, providing bicycle racks within the commercial area, discussion about screening, limiting the number of vehicle trips per day, which has an effect on what uses could go there, as well as prohibiting a number of uses that are considered to be not desirable for this area of the county. There are also additional proffers limiting the building materials, as I mentioned earlier, to be consistent with our neighborhood design standards. One AED device would be located in each commercial building, and that helps with fire and rescue if someone has a heart attack. Parking areas would be lighted and directed away from abutting residential properties in Mine Road to minimize neighborhood concerns. There also would be reconfigure of the property boundaries to match the zoning lines, demolition of the existing dwelling on the portion of the property prior to issuance of a first OP. The R3 zoned area, again, would be limited to the assisted living facility and specifically would have to comply with the architectural renderings, limiting the height of the assisted living facility to 1 story in the monetary proffer that previously mentioned. The CUP conditions, since the proffers are very specific, are fairly limited in that it limits the assisted living facility to 64 units and no more than 74 beds. Some of the units may have more than 1 bed associated with it, especially in the case where you have a situation where husband and wife may be residing in one of the units. It would also stipulate the access would be pursuant to the generalized development plan, so the assisted living facility would gain its access to the new main entrance to the site. Other conditions that deal with building materials and screening, as well as the disclosure notice about proximity to Quantico. There are a number of positives with this application. Staff believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and a lot of the established neighborhood pattern in the area as far as commercial development, and the assisted living facility, in our opinion, is a good transition between the commercial and residential areas in this vicinity. The proffers do provide substantial transportation improvements in the area, and the public safety impacts will be mitigated. As far as any potential negatives, it's the uncertainty about what results an additional traffic impact analysis would have with regard to the access out of the VDOT commuter lot. The staff is supportive of the proposal, but is mindful of VDOT's comments and concerns. The Planning Commission, when it considered the 2 applications, they recommended approval of both. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Harvey? Ms. Shelton?
Mr. Harvey, why are there changes about shoulder hardening? Why was that added in? And specifically on the off-site improvements and pedestrian connectivity, what is the advantage of adding in shoulder hardening to that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Shelton, the shoulder hardening gives us an opportunity to actually have VDOT allow pedestrian access along this one section of Mine Road that currently has no pedestrian access at all. So essentially, it's going to allow us to widen the shoulder and have it in a substantial condition where it's paved, where people can walk through that area.
Rather than be on crosswalks?
Rather than walking out into the street.
Or
Okay.
in the it's rocks.
Right.
So if you look at the map, this property doesn't go all the way to High Point. There's a 400-foot gap at the end, and this allows for, at least until the property gets developed, that they harden the shoulder and make it asphalt so that pedestrians, strollers, wheelchairs, whatever can run on it and connect with the other.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, having to do with, right below that, on the Fred bus service. Is there a reason, I'm sorry, have we entertained with Fred the idea of putting a Fred bus service there, and what's that lead time?
Ms. Shelton, I don't recall specific discussion with Fred Bus, but typically in these types of projects, when we review the site plan, we'll entertain that discussion with them, because a lot of it goes to design considerations as to where there's a turnaround area, whether it's feasible for them to drive into the complex or not, to pick up and drop off. And it may be that they would just skip this area because you have the commuter lot right across the street.
Okay, thanks.
Student
This original property was all zoned R1. So right along the Mine Road property, which was a pretty valuable piece of commercial property, they were originally going to build homes there. So back in 2011, I think, we split the property up. And now some of the changes to the lines just have to do with the RPA that separates the R1 from the B2 and the B3 property there. So there is an amendment to the proffers which allows for the county to request the funds, the $25,000, to build the hardening so that when the sidewalk gets put in the commercial area, we can also make it to where it connects all the way from High Point. And that's been a goal of mine and from Ms. Sellers for a long time, to go from way up in Hampton Oaks, or actually this will go eventually all the way, you can go all the way to Courthouse Road eventually on how this will all connect to the Walmart. And I've seen mothers outside trying to push strollers through the rocks. It's really nasty, so. All right, that's it. That's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Harvey? Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is the applicant available and would he like to comment? Please come down.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Sherman Patrick. I work for Compton and Dooling, and we're here this evening representing the Mine Investment LLC. They are the owners of the property. This is a zoning reclassification that is essentially to allow a assisted living facility on the property. In many counties, assisted living facilities are permitted uses in the commercial districts. They tend to want to locate in those areas, and their buildings are more similar to those sorts of buildings because of the size and scale of the buildings and because of the loading areas and things that they need associated with them. In Stafford County, it's not yet permitted in any of your commercial districts, and so we really were necessitated by the zoning ordinance to apply for the R3 zoning. As was already pointed out, this is a one-use proffer for the R3 area. It will only be an assisted living facility. May I have the slides? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the zoning involves, first, the R3, as I've already mentioned. It also involves a zoning boundary adjustment, which Jeff described a little in his presentation. It also involves a number of proffer amendments that are designed to clarify the existing proffered conditions in the commercial district to offset any negative or potentially negative effects of the assisted living facility. And then finally, it provides additional transportation improvements that are beyond what was already mentioned, already proffered for the property. If you look at the old proffered conditions, and I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to do that or not, they were a little rough here and there. There were some, they did not have a lot of what I call triggers. It's always good to know the who, when, where, and why of a proffered condition, and the proffer should always say who's doing it and when is it going to be done. These proffers have been expanded quite a bit to provide that type of information so that there's little doubt and opportunity for concern and conflict when you get to site plan review. So that's one thing that we think that we've greatly improved in the format of the old proffers. But we've also proffered additional conditions. During our discussions with VDOT and their questions about doing the traffic impact analysis and whether we should do it again or again, and we feel like we did it 4 times, to be honest with you, we came to a point where could not agree on what we thought was the best solution for the intersection, particularly of Green Spring and Mine Road. We propose a type of signalization that we believe will let traffic move through more smoothly, will have less delay, and they had a different scenario that would probably cause a little bit more congestion, but would allow the through movement on Mine Road to take precedence over the side street exiting, and we believe eventually impact people trying to leave the commuter parking lot. So what we did was we put into the proffer both scenarios. We said, we'll do it either way. We couldn't get past that decision-making point, and we said, okay, well, we'll do it either way. It doesn't matter. So you see a very long proffer there for the intersection of Green Spring and Walmart and Mine Road, and that's because we're just willing to do it either way. It doesn't make any substantial difference in cost. There's just a difference in professional judgment, and we're not sure how that works out at site plan, but either way that it does, it will work for us. Next slide, please. So not only is there no increase in traffic, as was mentioned earlier, there's an actual decrease in traffic that would be generated by this facility, and that's largely because the assisted living use is such a low traffic generator. On the screen now you will see just a real simple summary of how the zoning districts add up. And you'll see that the R1, which was the Hampton Run residential area that Mr. Dudenheffer mentioned, is staying the same size, essentially. There's a few hundredths of an acre off. But they come out basically to the same size. You can see that the B2 is going down to 14.1 acres, and that's, again, because assisted living isn't permitted in any of your commercial classifications. And the R3 will be 4.4. And I think substantively, that's the essence of the zoning. The other boundary line adjustments and slivers that are going from one zone to another can be confusing, but they don't really amount to any significant change. You see at the bottom of the slide a reiteration of the average daily trips under the existing zoning versus the proposed zonings. Next slide, please. This slide I've tried to use some of the animation features of PowerPoint. And so this shows the overall project. Next, could you toggle it one more time? We should get a copy. You see there in yellow now the Highway Corridor Overlay District. Next toggle, please. Outlined in red, you should now see, and yellow has popped up too, the outline for the B2 zoning district and the R3 zoning district. I think probably the R3 district stands out better than the red outline for the commercial. But that is the development area. The shaded areas that you see on this are where we're shifting slivers from one zone to another, and substantively doesn't make a whole lot of difference. The properties are still accessed in the same manner. Next slide, please. What we've planned is a two-part presentation. The second applicant here is Bickford of Stafford, or Bickford Assisted Living Facilities. And Mr. Eby would like to present for you now the operations of the assisted living facility that they planned for this property, with your permission.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our project to you. My name's Richard Eby, and I'm with Bickford. We're a family-owned company. We're located in Olathe, Kansas, which is a southern suburb of Kansas City. And we've been in the assisted living and memory care business for about 28 years now. And in fact, in 1991, my brother sold his portion of a dealership in a Caterpillar dealerships and decided to build a first assisted living residence in our community. And as it turned out, his mother-in-law was suffering from advanced dementia, and so she was our very first resident, and her name was Mary Bickford, and that's where we get the name Bickford Senior Living. We did that in her honor. We currently operate around 66 residents throughout the central part of the United States and a little bit in the Northeast. We have a good presence in Virginia. We have buildings operating right now in Stafford and Fredericksburg and Midlothian and, not Stafford, excuse me, Suffolk. Suffolk, Midlothian, and Fredericksburg. We have one project under construction in Virginia Beach, should open up next year. And we are also going through development in Chesapeake. So we found Virginia to be a very friendly market, and we look forward to the opportunity of developing in Stafford. As the slide shows here, the location of our assisted living within the overall development, and notice that to the west of our development is a stream, and there's a wooded area that's associated with that stream, and that will serve as a buffer between us and the adjoining residential neighborhoods. The conceptual site plan right now, this is our typical prototype building. We have 48 units of assisted living and 16 units of memory care. You'll notice that each of those also have a separate individual courtyard for our residents to be able to be outside, but in a secured and protected environment. The parking, let me see, I don't know where. The parking area is also the area where we will have deliveries for commercial deliveries like food and so forth. This is our typical prototype building. This one happens to be in Crown Point, Indiana. And here's one in Tinley Park. You'll notice that the architecture on it is very residential, and that's with a strong intention by the architect and the operations. We want this to be a residential feeling building. Notice it has a residential type roof line, dormers, canopies at the windows, shutters at the windows, and the front face of the building is virtually 100% either masonry, brick, or the dormers are hardy panel. But it does have that residential feel. Here's the photograph of the one in Suffolk and the one in Richmond, Virginia. Thought it was kind of a neat shot. It was done by the contractor doing a drone shot of our building. So we feel that we're a very good use for this property. We often are transitional uses between commercial and more residential type of environment. Our architecture is residential in nature. We're a low traffic generator. We're a very quiet neighbor. You know, our buildings get real quiet about 8:30 at night, and you don't hear much noise before about 8 o'clock in the morning either. We have limited pedestrian traffic because of the interior courtyards for our residents. Excuse me. We have extensive vegetative barriers and screening around the building itself. So we have very strong landscaping requirements in-house. Also, we are providing on-site stormwater detention. Oops, wrong direction. As I mentioned, we're often accepted in communities because we are a good transitional use between more commercial or retail development and residential development, and we find that to be almost a bullseye case here on this particular site. You'll notice the heavy residential to the north, heavy retail to the north and residential to the south. To the west is residential, to the east is multifamily. So we're kind of in the crosshairs for typical development. This would be the view that you would expect to see from Mine Road, head on. From the right side of the building, this would be its general appearance. The left side of the building, you see that it does remain residential in nature. That's building materials. As far as traffic, we're a very low traffic generator. Our shift changes, at least several of our shift changes occur, which is our peak traffic production occur at off-peak periods for adjoining roads. Now, the 7 o'clock in the morning one could overlap with some local peak hour traffic, but the big peak hour traffic for us is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is prior to peak hour traffic on the adjoining roads. And then again, the other shift changes at 11 o'clock. We have limited commercial traffic on site. You know, we have approximately 2 to 3 deliveries per week from a Cisco truck delivering food. We have about 2 trash pickups per week, and then other than that would be UPS or mail. Let me see. Oh, the fire lane to the back of the building was required by the fire department to be able to gain access to the rear of the building, and you can see the location of the trash enclosure, and it will be enclosed by a masonry structure that would match the facade of the building. Also, as far as residential traffic, our residents don't have cars typically. Less than 1% of our residents will have a car. And we do provide transportation. We have a bus, so if a resident needs to, has a medical appointment or something, that we can take them to their appointment. As far as the traffic generation, the peak hour in the morning, we'd have 8 vehicles entering and 4 exiting. This is according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Peak hour in the afternoon at 3 o'clock, we would expect to have 11 exiting and about 8 entering. So we are a very light traffic generator. We also, noise, light, we're going to be well screened from the adjoining neighborhood because of the wooded buffer to the rear of the building. You notice that our light poles are short and they're downward directing, and they have screens on them that are shields on them that prevent light from spilling over onto the neighbors. And as far as the kitchen is, the only smell that could be produced would be from the kitchen, and we have commercial kitchens. Stormwater detention will probably be, by and large, subsurface detention. It will be installed in tubes below the parking lot. As far as safety and security of the building, in order to enter or exit our building, you must have a fob, much like what you have with a car. Each family member will be given a fob, or else you can ring the bell and the staff will allow you access. Residents also will have pendants that if you have a resident who has a propensity to wander, they'll have a pendant or a device that when they try to exit the building, it will alarm the staff and say, Mrs. Jones is trying to exit building at door number 1, let's say. And then we also provide interior courtyards for residents. Typical resident is a person about 85 years old that needs assistance with their activities of daily living, and we are licensed by the state of Virginia. It's important we have a residential ambiance, and so it's reflected, we think, in the interior design of the building. Just give you a couple slides that show you the interior. This is the entry. This is the living room where a lot of residents will congregate, watch TV together, visit. Fireplace area for them to commute. And a bistro where we have birthday parties and get social events to get together. But of course, the big social event is dining. And we're very proud of our dining services, which is very, very high quality. And then, of course, for the ladies, you'd like to have a salon. So we have many other amenities, but those are a few of those. The last item is the sign. It's always the sign. And this is what the typical Bickford sign would look like. So that's a brief overview of our company and what we're proposing for the site. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Questions for the applicant, Mr. Dudenhofer?
Yes.
Sir, as you probably noticed from earlier conversations, a very important part of this entire development along here is the pedestrian access up and down the corridor. And I didn't notice in any of your drawings, the sidewalk along Mine Road that we've been talking about extensively.
That could be because this was an early rendering, landscape rendering.
I mean, yeah, Patrick Sherman's been involved in this a long time.
Yes.
From the very first day we put this up, this has been an issue, this is a major issue for me, so.
So a pretty significant, and Mr. Dudenheffer's correct, he did make it very clear from the very beginning that pedestrian access was a very, very high item on his list of concerns for this area. And we learned very quickly, because after meeting with him, we would always go and drive down the road to make sure that we understood the site. And every time I drove by this site, there was a pedestrian walking up this road. So there is quite a bit of pedestrian activity, which is why we've given you the proffer this evening to make sure that it is being addressed. So specifically on the frontage of this site, sidewalk, curb, and gutter is the normal frontage improvement. Staff told us that they are looking at this area for potentially using what VDOT calls a 10-foot wide shared use path or shared use trail. And a shared use trail is a bike trail and a pedestrian path combined. So it's 10 feet wide. Our proffered conditions do in fact include a 10-foot wide trail along the entire frontage of this site, the commercial site, and would hopefully connect with the shoulder hardening that's going to occur to the south, so that we do have good connectivity. Okay. And also, the traffic signals that are being proposed include a crosswalk at the commuter parking lot with pedestrian signals, so that to encourage pedestrian activity and safety going to the commuter lot.
Well, I'm very pleased. I think this will be a great addition to the neighborhood. I think board members might be interested to know is that the company that's developing this is owned by the Hilton family from up in up in Prince William County, and I've had a number of meetings, and they're very family oriented and they're very community oriented. So I'm very pleased to welcome them to Stafford County. I hope that I think we'll support this as we go forward. So
Don't get too far ahead here.
I'm just assuming we're going to move there.
Got to hear from the public. Any other questions? Ms. Baumke?
I don't have a question. I'd just like to make a statement. I'm impressed that you're putting hardy plank on the facility, because that will last a long time and it never shows wear and tear. Well, it takes many years to show the wear and tear, and it is expensive. So thank you.
Last opportunity for questions. Any questions? Ms. Shelton?
I have a question about basically the residential transportation that was shown on the slides. Where is that defined that's going to be in this project, besides this presentation?
I'm sorry, I'm not
The
following
residential
question.
transportation, there was one slide that has a picture of a residential bus that's your facility, and I didn't see where that was defined within the project.
It's part of their normal services.
Yeah, that's just part of our normal services. In order to be competitive in the market, you must have a bus.
Okay.
So it's,
Okay, I just thought it might be a proffer or something.
no.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. As in the past, you have 3 minutes. When you come up, state your name and address. The green light will come on. When the yellow light comes on, you have a minute, and when the red light comes on, please wrap up your comments. Anyone on my right want to address this issue to the board?
Good evening. My name is Joe Knight. I live at 103 Nautical Cove, and I don't want to belinger this, but I feel we could not have this located in a better position for catching folks who are going home or going to do shopping or business where they can't help but notice their relatives who are in these assisted living facilities and come in and see them. I know the more convenient you make this for them, the better it is. And I also have that property for sale that is on the corner, and I want you to know that what my goal would be, and I'm working on it, is to put either an emergency center like an extension of Patient First or some other, they're overcrowded where they are now, or a daycare, which I think would complement well. I don't control those things, but I'm very, very proud that Bickford has chosen this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Anyone else anyone on the right? Anyone on the left?
Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive Road. This looks great. We just went through this with one of our relatives, placed them in a home, and it's nothing compared to this. One of my concerns, though, I'm glad to see there will be fire suppression because of the longer time to evacuate the individuals. Also, all of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the noise from the Quantico exercises. I really feel that you should put sound suppression to the extent possible. Okay, and then when you mentioned 85, it kind of got to me. At least I'll have a place to go next month. Whatever. Anyway, no, I feel quite comfortable with that. But now, for the ambulatory individuals, residents, is there something that they might be able to do, a little croquet bit or something like that? I don't know. Not there yet. Okay, then there was just one, for ambiance, okay. They showed some, looks like evergreens, but because of the individual that we just had to place in a home, it was very dreary as far as the landscaping. To perhaps overload the place with blooming evergreens like azaleas and camellias, and then also have seasonal flowers. It really makes a difference to cheer up people. And that's about it. I think it looks fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber like to address the issue for the board?
Paul Waldowski, 8 Pickett Lane. I have my own interior courtyard for my 2 Shih Tzus, and we don't have sidewalks to nowhere. This project reminds me a lot of Fall Hill. What concerns me is once that sidewalk or bike path is built, they had to close off Fall Hill because of the ice conditions, as you all know, the stormwater aspects. And what I really love is when someone tells me that it takes 9,035 daily trips. You know, us retired scientists, it's called a swag, a scientific, wild, abnormal guess. You could fill in the blank. Now, I've used that commuter parking lot, except the last 23 months I have not used it. But if you weren't in there by 7 p.m., then you had to either take the Fred across and go, or because sometimes the slug lines, even if you found a spot, you couldn't get there. Which brings up a good point. I keep bringing up your commuter parking lots that I've been speaking about for 20 years. If you would have built a vertical parking garage.
Mr. Waldowski, we're not talking about public parking.
The commuter parking lot is across the street, and every
That's
time
correct.
I come up here, Mr. Snellings, you interrupt me.
Because you don't stay on subject, sir.
I'm on the subject.
Then continue.
The commuter parking
Then
lot
continue.
is something you personally have never used. You were not a slug in this county.
Mr. Waldowski, you can take your seat. Anyone else in the chamber like to address the board? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the applicant. Do you have any rebuttal?
No, sir, we're available for any questions that any of you may have.
I'll bring it back to the board. This is Mr. Dudenheffer's district.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for Resolution R19-25 with the amended proffer amendment. Is that sufficient?
I suggest the board take up the ordinance first for the reclassification.
Oh, okay, I got two, that's right. Let me, two different ones here. Huh? I'm sorry, it's R19-05.
It's going to be ordinance 019-05 with the proffers as amended.
019-05, I'm sorry.
With the proffers amended as presented at your seats at the dais today.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? Okay. I move for 019-05 with the proffer amendments as proposed.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mauer?
Just really quickly, I want to be very abundantly clear about this, is that even though we're doing a zoning reclassification to R3, this is specifically for an assisted living facility, something we desperately need here in Stafford County. And so I seconded the motion, and so I will be in support.
Anyone else? Ms. Mumke?
I just wanted to mention, I know last year or the year before, we had some issues regarding proffer statements not being signed. The county attorney did indicate that this has been signed by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Anyone else? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-0 with one absent. Mr. Dudenheffer, item number 14.
Just a second. Yep. You made that statement earlier. That's good.
That's correct, you did. I'm sorry, Mr. Cavalier.
Okay,
Mr. Cavalier.
in support of the conditional use permit, I move for R19-16.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. Item number 15 and 16. Item number 15, amend and reordain the county zoning ordinance by amending the zoning district map to reclassify from the PD2 plan development to B2 urban commercial zoning on a .67 acre portion of the tax map, parcel number 29.353B, and amend proper conditions in the B2 zoning district. Item 16, this will be a joint public hearing. Consider a conditional use permit to allow drive-through facility in the B2 urban commercial zoning district on tax map number 29-72, proposed resolution R19-27. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a zoning reclassification and conditional use permit for a project known as Market at Embry Mill within the Garrisonville election district. As the chairman said, there's some zoning changes going on with regard to Plan Development 2 being rezoned to B2 urban commercial to further facilitate development of a planned shopping center at the Embry Mill project at the intersection of Mine Road and Courthouse Road. The conditional use permit would be for a drive-through facility associated with the proposed supermarket. There are a number of parcels involved. The total site area is 17.3 acres. The applicant is Thomas Holler with Barnett Properties. This is the location and zoning map. The area shown in red is the existing B2 urban commercial zone. The area highlighted in blue outline is the location of the proposed zoning change from PD2 to B2. The property had previously been rezoned with a generalized development plan in 2015. Since then, there's been a revisit on how the property may be developed and a request for an additional access point, which has generated the need for the additional zoning change. This is the existing site conditions. The property is located again at the intersection of Mine Road and Courthouse Road. Most of the property is in a wooded condition, however, it's in an area that's rapidly developing.
Mr. Harvey, Mr. Dudenhofer has a question.
Jeff, can you go back? I never noticed the piece of property across Mine Road. Is that part of this whole development, or is that going to remain undeveloped? I mean, there's nothing planned for there that I'm aware of.
Correct, Mr. Dudenhofer. That parcel was part of the original tract of land.
And it got
But when
split by
Mine
the
Road
road?
was built, that little sliver was severed. It's generally too small to do anything as far as putting a new building in, but it may be used for entrance features and things of that nature.
Okay.
Ms. Mauer.
So, to that point, that little sliver of land, are we at any risk of it becoming overgrown? My biggest concern is site distance easements and that kind of stuff. Are they going to have to maintain that side of the property like they will the other side of the property?
Like any property, the owner is responsible for maintenance and upkeep. If the property is overgrown, the county, it gets complaints, we can require them to mow the grass, things of that nature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Dudenhofer.
It just seems to me that, boy, the Embry Mill folks aren't going to be real happy with that just being a vacant area. So I might have to talk with them about maybe they should acquire it and put a monument or something there. I don't know. Something, yeah. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The portion of the property that's to be rezoned is 0.67 acres, so it's a relatively small area. The main reason for the zoning change is because the PD2 district requires a buffer around the perimeter of the project. So in order for them to build the project as they're proposing, they needed the additional land to offset the requirement for the buffer. And generally speaking, this is the location where the zoning change is occurring. As you can see from this generalized development plan, it's in a different configuration. The grocery store building is pushed closer to the corner of the intersection. There's essentially three building locations right here where the grocery store is, a multi-tenant building, and then also other multi-tenant buildings at the far end of the parking lot. The additional access point that's being proposed would be along proposed Sunflower Drive in this location. That had not been contemplated with the original concept of the property. This slide shows the location of the drive-through facility. It's associated with the grocery store. So access would be from this internal access drive with the one-way lane and it also has a bypass lane in case someone accidentally gets into the drive-through. Based on this drawing, you can see there are a number of trees that will be planted along Courthouse Road to give a visual appealing appearance. Also, there's additional shrubs being located along the area adjacent to the drive-through lane to help screen some of the visual effects of it.
Ms. Mauer.
I'm sorry to belabor this point. Go back 2 slides. So this spot up here that's not in their GDP where there's no landscaping, is it at least subject to our landscaping requirements?
If the property were to be developed in some form or fashion, they would have to provide a landscape strip along both Courthouse Road and Mine Road. But since it's remaining undeveloped, it could go back to a normal wooded condition.
Okay.
Then
Go ahead, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. The comprehensive plan recommends this area for mixed-use commercial and residential area. Staff believes the commercial use of this property is consistent with that designation. We'll note that the Embry Mill project has additional commercial area in this vicinity, and their proffers do allow for a limited number of apartments. With regard to the traffic impacts, there was no new analysis provided since 2015, mainly because this project proposes a reduction in vehicle trips, also because of the reduction in the square footage of the buildings being proposed. Staff would note that we're currently reviewing a site plan for this project that conforms to the generalized development plan. The property owner is anxious to move forward with their development project. And unlike some other zoning cases, you will probably actually see what's being proposed here rather than being more speculative endeavor. But overall, we can see that the reduction in overall square footage will go from 103,000 square feet to roughly 74,000 square feet. There are architectural design standards that would be with this application, and that's proposed in the proffers and the CUP conditions. The proposed proffers revise the area in which the proffers would apply to. As I referenced earlier, provide the additional point of access onto Sunflower Drive, require construction of 8-foot sidewalks along Sunflower Drive. Sunflower Drive would be a main connector road between Mine Road and Austin Ridge Drive. So that's going to be a primary avenue for a lot of future commercial development that's already zoned with the Embry Mill project. And then also the proffers would clarify requirements and remove proffers which have been satisfied. CUP conditions allow for the one single drive-through lane located as shown on the generalized development plan, and requires the bypass lane, and requires the canopy styles to be compatible with the architectural standards for the overall building. Staff finds a number of positives being consistent with our comprehensive plan, consistent with the established development pattern that's emerging in this area, and the architectural treatment meets our neighborhood design standards, and we believe the proffers and conditions mitigate potential impacts. Staff is recommending approval of both the ordinance 019-17 with the proffers and CUP 18152477 with conditions pursuant to Resolution R17-27. The Planning Commission recommended approval of both applications as well.
Any questions of Mr. Harvey? Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is the applicant available?
Thanks, Mr. Harvey. Members of the board, my name is Tom Haller, and I'm Vice President of Barnett Properties. We are the contract purchaser of this site, and we are here tonight very excited to bring to you what we think is a quality product. A little bit about who we are. Since our founding in 1972, we're from, by the way, we're from the evil empire of North Carolina, not Virginia, based in Henderson, North Carolina, with an office in Raleigh. We were founded in 1972. We're a family-owned company, and since that time, we have developed nearly 30 grocery-anchored centers, which is exactly what this product is. This is what we do, and we feel like we can deliver to you a quality asset as well as something that's needed. We have a commitment from a multi-regional high-end grocery store that also operates a pharmacy, and that's why we are requesting in the CUP the drive-through for their pharmacy. We are excited to deliver that product to them. They cannot wait to get started. Our timetable is a grand opening, knock on wood with weather, et cetera, December of 2020. Given that what we are bringing we think is an asset, I think more instructive of that is the fact that a grocery operator in this very area is very much needed for the public, because otherwise folks are forced to drive either 3 miles north or 3 miles south. So we feel like this provides a needed convenience service. And the other retail buildings we're proposing likewise will be a convenient necessity type user that are typically found in these grocery anchored centers. In addition to that, we're creating a lot of tax base with this development, and also are pleased to tell you that our grocery store creates 100 to 110 full and part-time jobs, and our retail shop spaces will create about another 100 jobs. So in short, we are very excited about the project. We won't belabor anything else because we think the PowerPoint is pretty self-explanatory, but we know we have a first-class operator. We hope we deliver a first-class center, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. I've got my project civil engineer as well for any technical points. So,
Any questions of the applicant? Sure.
The
yes, go
street.
ahead.
Yeah.
yes.
So that small little strip on the other side of the street, here's my fear, is that you're going to have this beautiful grocery anchored, and then across the street, it's going to become overgrown. What is your plan for that smaller strip?
We will not let that become an eyesore, nor will, you can bet your bottom dollar, our anchor.
Okay.
So it's undevelopable from putting a building there standpoint, but we will not let that property go to rot or ruin. We will certainly landscape it. We can even offer up to add some bushes if it would help your concern. But I can assure you that our anchor is very anal about how things look.
Okay.
And so we will make sure that they are happy, because if they're not, we're not.
Okay.
Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber that'd like to speak for or against this application? Please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Clement, and I'm from 33 Rollinswood Lane, which is about a mile west of this intersection. And I'm excited about a grocery chain going in there, but I hope it gets done much sooner than the grocery store that was supposed to come to Aquia Town Center. That little strip of piece of property that you're looking at, the best way to block it is put big trees there, because it is an eyesore when you come up there and look at the right-hand side. Also, I'd like to know what's going to happen to the little stone house that sits. Is that on the property that's going to be built?
We can't answer your questions, ma'am, but we'll get an
Okay.
answer for you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber would like to address this issue? If not, I close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Does the applicant have any rebuttal? Mr. Dudenheffer, there's a motion for or against 019-17.
Well, I've met and worked with these people for quite a while. I'll also let the board know that there is considerable amount of activity on the entire piece of property down there. This is just the beginning of what is going to be developed. If you didn't notice, this is right by the new Courthouse Road interchange. Also, the widening of Courthouse Road, the intersection there at Mine Road. Mine Road should be opened up in the next couple of months. There'll be a major traffic light there. This is going to be a major focal point and center of commerce in Stafford County. I'm really excited for being able to get this thing built here. So there are some minor parcels that need to be, that you will see some rezonings on that are kind of like buried inside the rest of the project. Those are all going to come forward, and there'll be other roads and stuff constructed in here. So I'm really excited about moving forward with that. So I would like to propose ordinance 019-17.
I have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Who made the second? Ms. Bumpy is the second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, please cast your votes. Tally the vote. Passes 6-1. Item number 16, R19-27, Mr. Dudenheffer.
Concerning the conditional use permit for the pharmacy section, I'd like to propose R19-27.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Cohen.
And I'll just, if you'll be kind enough to answer her question after we're all done about the stone house. I drive by it every day, so I know of what you're speaking. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Item number 17, Public Works Transportation, consider amending and reordaining Stafford County Code, Section 15-56, designation of restricted parking areas within the Woodstream, Oakley Farms, and Port Aquia subdivisions.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Alex Oziak. I'm the Transportation Program Manager for Public Works, and I'm here tonight to discuss the consideration of restricted parking areas within the Woodstream, Oakley Farms, and Port Aquia subdivisions. First, let me provide a little bit of background on this matter. Last fall, the county received either a petition or a formal letter from the Woodstream, Oakley Farms, and Port Aquia HOAs requesting the establishment of restricted parking areas within their subdivisions. Now, all of these requested streets meet the definition of a public highway as defined in the county code. The board authorized the public hearing for further consideration of these parking restrictions at the November 27th, 2018 meeting. And advertisements for the public hearing ran in the Freelance Star newspaper on January 22nd and again on the 29th. Now, if approved by the board, Section 15-56 of the county code would be amended and reordained, designating the requested parking areas within the Woodstream, Oakley Farms, and at Port Aquia subdivisions as restricted parking areas. Here's a map showing the highlighted in red the restricted parking areas in Woodstream subdivision. Again, these would be the restricted parking roads in the Oakley Farms subdivision. And finally, the restricted parking areas in the Port Aquia subdivision. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have about this.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in the audience would like to speak for or against this issue?
Mr. Chairman, Board, my name is Scott Haller. I live at 100 Mooring Court. That's in the Port Aquia subdivision. I'm on the board of directors. We've brought this request forward because of rampant parking of commercial vehicles within the development. The development already has a restrictive covenants that all homeowners are supposed to adhere to, and it speaks on the public streets, Port Aquia Drive and Schooner Drive, and while we can enforce our residents for doing that, we can't enforce it for people who don't even live in the neighborhood. There are vehicles parking in the neighborhood that don't live there. They transport cars up and down Route 1 for the used car lots, and they blatantly park there and they know they're not supposed to. Additionally, the sheriff's department is not enforcing their own rules. There's a car that's parked there, has been there with expired license plate since January of 18, and expired safety inspection since January of 18. I have pictures of that if you'd like to see it. And it has flat tires. So we wish that you would go ahead and approve this restrictive parking for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber would like to speak for or against? Yes, sir. Come on down.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Trautman. I live at 107 Clearwater Court in Port Aquia. And I would, hopefully, the board will take in consideration of approving this for the restriction. Reason why I came up to bring this up is my wife was struck by a vehicle pulling out because of the trailers and that being parked on Port Aquia. And they couldn't see, they pulled out and hit my wife's vehicle, causing damage in that. So, and there's been near misses in that and children running up and down the street with all this and restricting parking. So I just asked if the board would take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to address the board? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Proposed ordinance 019-07 Woodstream. Mr. Cavalier, I think that is your district.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Proposed ordinance 019-08, Oakley Farms. I believe that is in my district. I have a motion to approve. Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. And proposed ordinance 019-09, Port Aquia. Ms. Shelton, I think that is in your district.
I would definitely like to make a motion to approve, and thank you, guys.
I have a motion to approve, a second by Mr. Cohen. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 18, Public Works. Authorize the county administrator to convey easements on a portion of county-owned property located on tax map parcel number 30-29G to the Virginia Department of Transportation for the construction of a sidewalk along Courthouse Road. Come on down.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, fellow board members. My name is Kathy Fox. I'm the construction project manager within Public Works. I'm here for the public hearing to consider conveyance of the easements on the property that's adjacent to the public safety building. Thank you. Some background is May 16th of 2017, the board adopted resolution which transferred Highway Safety Improvement Program funds for the construction of this sidewalk along Courthouse Road to the Virginia Department of Transportation for them to include it in the widening of 630 and the I-95 interchange project. On November 27th of 2018, the board adopted resolution R-18-274 authorizing the advertisement for this public hearing. The proposed safety improvements would connect the sidewalk just east of the George Gordon Jr. Government Center entrance and run along parallel to Courthouse Road on the north side heading west to tie into the existing 5-foot sidewalk in front of the public safety building. Tonight we request the construction of the sidewalk offers safety improvements by building the remaining portion of the sidewalk from the Route 1 intersection along the north side of Courthouse Road to Red Oak Drive. As part of the Interstate 95 interchange at Courthouse Road road widening project, VDOT will continue this pedestrian access from Red Oak Drive by installing a pedestrian crosswalk across Courthouse Road and continuous sidewalk to the new commuter parking lot, which would be in front of the fire department. The project contains infrastructure that will provide long-term benefits for pedestrians and economic development needs within the county. And proposed resolution R-1903 would authorize the county administrator to grant permanent easement to VDOT on county-owned property for the construction of the sidewalk located in the Acquire election district. If there's any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Fox? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in the chamber like to speak for or against the proposal? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Shelton, this is in your district.
I'd like to motion for approval of resolution R-19-03.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Having a discussion. Hearing none, cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 19, Public Works, Utilities, consider imposition of an extension fee and associated amendments to the county's water and sewer extension policy. Jason.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I guess I'm the last one standing between you and your evening at home here tonight. So I'll work to be brief. You all have already seen this presentation in previous forms. So this is the public hearing to consider the extension fees. Just briefly by overview again, this process started back in October of 2017 where the board requested that the Utilities Commission and staff look into revisions into the water and sewer extension policy, and then again was brought back in front of the board in October, November, and then in December. The board authorized a public hearing to consider the extension fees that we're here to discuss tonight. And there's also been a couple iterations of various versions of the policy that we've discussed along the way, which we'll talk about here briefly as well. January 8th of this year, the Utility Commission held a public hearing to discuss the extension fees and voted unanimously to approve or to recommend those extension fees. I've kind of touched on this a little bit already, but again, the initial concerns that the board was interested in having addressed was whether or not the utilities fund was whether or not undue costs or unreasonable costs were being borne by the utilities fund for these extensions, and then what could be done to bind property owners to payments in order to avoid extensions without connections, which has occurred before. Again, the current policy breaks up or identifies 4 separate categories: the CIP, short extension projects, neighborhood extension projects, and large-scale projects. And the primary ones that we spend most of our time on are on the short and neighborhood extension projects. Construction cost per lot historically has been between $18,000 to $19,000, and that's essentially been a loss to the utilities fund, and historically a loss to the utilities fund. These costs do not include costs to make expansions at the water and sewer treatment facilities. Those are recouped through availability fees. So just to be clear again, that these are for extension costs, which is essentially the cost to construct the water or the sewer line to serve the various homes that are requesting it. We've also had some issues with final participation rates. There hasn't really been much teeth, if you will, to bind residents or the applicants rather to sign up and actually hook up after signing up. So this seeks to address that by placing additional costs up front for the constituents to bear. And then again, in some isolated cases, we've had some extensions that have been performed at the petition of the owners and approved, but no connections were made. So the recommended adjustments to the policy were to simplify the process, require more documentation of well and septic failures, address administrative approvals of extension projects to limit the ability of the department to administratively approve these extensions to only $50,000. And then any kind of extensions over $50,000 would require a utility commission approval, and then ultimately if the board determines that this policy could apply over $100,000, would require board approval over that amount. The extension fee that is recommended is $15,000 for every lot requesting, ultimately hooking up to water or sewer. Again, one of the other...
Excuse me,
Yes,
Jason.
sir.
Is that $15,000 for water and an additional $15,000 for sewer?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Again, one of the things that we are looking to do with this is really to tackle projects that could be done in-house and would be subject to the ability of our department to accommodate. We would carry those costs through CIP funds, but the extension fees would be proposed to recoup those costs. We would allow the applicants, or the recommendation would be to allow them to finance that $15,000 at 0% for 5 years. And of course, the policy does not apply to new construction. So just again in brief, and this will touch base on the 2 variations in the policy. So the original recommendation by the Utilities Commission recommended that the extension policy be provided for projects up to $500,000 in total costs, and the Infrastructure Committee recommended a $100,000 limit. Staff had some concerns about the $100,000 limit eliminating some potential projects that would actually be good projects overall, and being able to actually accommodate the type of extension projects that we're seeing. So recommended that the board might want to consider $250,000 as the limit. So there's actually two resolutions, thank you, I lost the word, in front of you tonight, along with the ordinance. Resolution R-1929 we'll discuss in just a moment, and then R-19-30. Here it is, of course, teeing it up. So R-1929 would limit the extension policy to projects with total costs of less than $100,000, and 30 would limit, it's the same policy, it just provides an additional category for up to $250,000. Either resolution under either policy, we have an imposition of a $15,000 extension fee, and of course, that is what Ordinance 019-22 is recommending. Staff does recommend approval of 019-22 and would recommend approval of R-19-30. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Towery? Hearing none, thank you, Jason. This time, I'd like to open the public hearing. Anyone in the chamber would like to speak for or against?
Okay, Ruth Carloni, 300 Mount Olive. Color me mad as heck. We should have had some information on this from our supervisor. No one knew anything about these changes. And we also want to know, it's going to be hard to talk because I'm so angry. We want to know what happened to the the update to 2004 groundwater management plan. It's becoming more apparent that well monitoring our Piedmont Plateau area would be beneficial. At the moment, we've had rain, but that has helped our water table. But in the event of another drought, drawing from our aquifer.
Ms. Coloni, I'd like you to keep on subject.
I'm getting there, Gary.
Well, please get there. Thank you.
Oh, you're just.
Go ahead and read your speech, Ms. Carloni.
This should be deferred till the people that have these cluster developments in the area on well and septic. Okay? I've never heard you, our area supervisor, I've never heard him question why there's cluster developments, lots that should not have been approved. So we have 58 lots on one side and 38, they're drawing from our aquifer. Now, this change in price, it was $8,000 for a hookup at the beginning, and the developer would not sign up to be connected to this water. So we're faced now, apparently, if this is correct, with the $15,000 fee. And I hope that's wrong, but we don't know anything about this or this policy change. I got this yesterday. It's just unbelievable what the cluster developments are doing to us in the rural area. But I want you, please, to defer this till we can have a local information meeting on this in the district. All right, thank you.
Anyone else in the chamber like to speak to this? Not, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Proposed ordinance 019-22 fees.
Proposing it.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to pass 019-22.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Tower, I do have a question. If I live in a USA and I have water, but I do not have sewer, and the sewer is across the road from me, and you'd have to do an extension to my home, is that correct?
Most of those extensions would be, you would not need, this is for an extension of the public sewer. So you would have, we have a way to accommodate that right now through a connection fee. And so there would be a lateral run to your property. So that would be done separately through the current policies and
What
structure.
would my
we have.
hookup fee be?
You would pay the availability fee, which for sewer, I believe, is about, it totals around about $8,500.
Okay, so if we pass this, who does the 15,000 apply to?
The 15,000 would apply if, to go back to your scenario, if you were down the street, say, a couple thousand foot from public sewer, and you and the neighbors wish to have public sewer run down the street, then that's when those fees would apply for every property that would hook up.
And same thing with water.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Questions? Meg, go ahead.
So, obviously, staff has been working on this for a while.
Yes.
Is it going to cost us any time if we defer this to our next meeting?
There's no particular matter of urgency. We do not have any items in front of us for immediate consideration in terms
Okay.
of, I don't see an issue with.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess one question, is this going to be primarily put on people who are building new homes, or is this on people who are already existing? So people understand.
Sure, this is to accommodate existing properties, existing homes, and again, this is for, really targeted for areas that are having potential well or septic failures, things of that nature. And again, the cost, the extension fee is for the cost to build the public infrastructure to accommodate the lots, or the parcels.
Any other comments, Mr. Dudenhofer?
Can you explain to me how was this applied to a cluster ordinance? A cluster development in any way?
No, sir.
So it's not related in any way to a new cluster subdivision?
No, sir.
Ms. Bomke?
So one last question, Jason. If you could just refresh our memory a little bit on what the county has done with some of these small extension projects and larger extension projects over the last 20 years.
Sure.
So that, just kind of refresh our memory on how we got to where we are today.
Sure. So there's been a few different variations to the policy over the years, but the long and the short of it is that the Utilities Fund has largely borne the cost of extending public water and sewer to various neighborhoods at again, the expense of various, of the Utilities Fund. In short, I referenced earlier that, we've been effectively losing $18,000 to $19,000 per lot, but the reality is probably higher when you look at the actual numbers of lots served. It's probably more in the $40,000 to $60,000 range. So, for example, if you had a neighborhood that has 10 homes in it and you extend water up into that neighborhood and you have, say, 3 hookups, we've been able to, that's been at a significant cost, upwards of $40,000 to $60,000 per hookup, if you will. And that's, again, a loss. We're able to recoup the facility fees for the expansion of our water and sewer wastewater treatment plants, but again, not the actual infrastructure. And the one other thing that I'll say is that we've had extensions projects come to us before that have probably failed or haven't had a suitable means of financing available. And so I think that one of the things that the board was looking to accomplish with this was to, we're still, the county will still be bearing a large portion of the upfront cost of this. It's just to provide a way for the board to feel comfortable that over time the Utilities Fund is recouping those costs at a reasonable rate.
Right.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Towery.
Sure.
Because some of us have had requests for these in our various districts, and we started looking at the cost of it, and then many of you might remember, we said, okay, could you go back to the drawing board and let's do a more comprehensive analysis on that. So here we are today to vote on it. So, I would like to offer a substitute motion. I really appreciate all of Public Works and the Utilities Department and the Utility Commission's work on this, but I would like to offer a substitute motion to defer this item to our next meeting.
I have a motion to defer. Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Question.
Any discussion on the motion?
I
Mr.
have
Cavalier.
another question before we get to the motion, sir.
You're exactly right.
Mr. What's your name,
Towery.
Jason? Towery.
Been a long day.
This $15,000 fee for water and/or sewer,
Yes, sir.
is, that's just a set fee without regard to any linear distance that we have to run these lines. Is that true?
So that's a good point of clarification. This will generally accommodate up to 300 foot is what the extension policy contemplates at this time. So generally, once you go over about 300 to say 400 foot per lot, we find that there can be water quality turnover issues. And so that $15,000, if you will, it dovetails into what we find to be good engineering practice for water extensions or sewer extensions likewise.
So it's an arbitrary cost, not a derivative cost as a function of the distance.
We came up with these costs based on our historical analysis of what we've done. Historically, we've been, again, we've been expending about $18,000 to $19,000 per lot per lot extended.
Yet someone who's getting a 2,000-foot extension is paying the same as someone who's getting a 200-foot extension.
Historically, there has.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me, so I can't support this.
Mr. Dudenheffer.
Jason, if I remember from your presentation earlier, this has been an issue before the board and worked through the Utilities Commission staff since October 2017.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't something that came up a few weeks ago and we just brought it out here for public hearing. It's been out there and it's been discussed. We discussed it at infrastructure committee meetings. We've discussed it all up and down, and since October 2017.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, Ms. Bonke?
Mr. Towery, it seemed like you weren't finished with your comment a minute ago. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
I just, again, the derivative of the $15,000 number was borne out by our historical average. We've historically expended closer to $18,000 to $19,000 per lot, and we went and looked at that, and we felt that that was done primarily through consultant costs and contractor fees. The 15 was done as we believe we can get to that $15,000 number if we bring these smaller projects in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Just the last time
Cavalier.
I checked, our county costs are supposed to reflect what the cost is for doing the business that we have at hand and to break even, not necessarily to make money on projects. So this does not seem like a fair and equitable solution to the problem.
Any other comments? We're voting on a substitute motion, is that right? To defer. Cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 4-3 to defer. I'm sorry, let's back up. The motion fails 4-3. Now the main motion. There's a motion that's already been made, R 19-22. Any further discussion? I will not support the motion. I think $15,000 is rather steep for folks that been here many years and they're on sewer and all of a sudden it fails and I just can't support that. So I'll be voting no. Anyone else? Cast your votes. Tally the vote. The motion passes 4-3. Proposed resolution R 19-29. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a point of clarification, there are competing resolutions before the board, so I want to make sure the board knows which one they're voting on.
Okay.
R 19-29 is the lower cost resolution for $100,000, and R 19-30 is the $250,000.
Okay, thank you, Madam County Attorney. Proposed resolution R19-29, setting fees at setting the cap at $100,000 for the extension. Do I have a motion for or against that?
We would only vote for one. not
Right, there just needs to be a motion for whichever resolution the board would like
I'm
to
sorry,
take
you're
up.
right. Do I have a motion for either R19-29 or R19-30, which sets that at $250,000?
I move R19-30.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Ms. Shelton. Any discussion? Hearing none, cast your votes. Tally the vote. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Tower. County Administrator, is anything else to come before the board?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting is adjourned.